Chapter 101. A roar of laughter broke the quiet of the cloud sea, rippling across the mist like thunder. The younger disciples aboard Guhong's spiritual boat jumped at the sound, craning their necks to see who dared intrude. To their surprise, another vessel, bearing the azure banner of the Kongming Gu family, had pulled up alongside theirs, racing in perfect tandem. On its deck stood Guje, his laughter still echoing, as Guhong's boat came to a graceful halt. Guhong himself emerged from the cabin, twirling the ends of his neatly groomed beard. A playful gleam flashed in his eyes. Well, if it isn't my daring cousin," he greeted. "You really think you can keep pace with your brother and have the nerve to challenge me to a wager?" Guji folded his arms, lips curling into a confident grin. "Oh, I'm not just challenging you, Honger. You promised to stake that phantom spirit nurturing yuan fruit you prize so dearly. So, show it to me." A hush fell over Guhong's disciples as their master's smile widened. "Is that so?" he said coolly. With a casual flick of his hand, he reached into his robe and drew forth the glowing, multicolored orb, the coveted fruit of the phantom spirit building tree. Watching the orb's soft radiance, Guje's mind raced. His cousin must have discovered another prodigy among the younger generation. No small feat, but he could never match Ye Cheng, whose talent shone brighter than any 30-star genius. One single move from Ye Cheng would topple even the most carefully groomed rival of the main branch. No matter how fortunate Guhong's find, Guje knew the outcome in his heart. Victory would belong to Kongming's prodigy. Ye Cheng had unearthed not just one prodigy, but two, Gu Qinger and her younger sister, Gu Xier. Though Xier wasn't quite on Qinger's level, together they made Ye Cheng confident he would rank among the very top elders who recruited talents from the branch sects and could easily outshine his old rival, Gu Hong. Gu Hong, however, merely raised a hand. With a soft whistle, a gleaming star-test feather shot through the air and landed at Ye Cheng's feet. "Save your boasting, Ye Cheng," Gu Hong said coolly. "I'll be blunt. No matter which juniors you parade out, they'll never match mine. Don't believe me? Test them yourself." Ye Cheng's jaw tightened. "You're as arrogant as ever, Gu Hong, but we'll see who eats his words." He picked up the feather and infused it with a pulse of spiritual power. Immediately, each candidate's star-level rating appeared in midair. "Most of your picks can't even clear 10 stars, Gu Hong sneered. "And yet you still had the nerve to bring them here. Wait, what's this?" His eyes narrowed as a brilliant 22 stars shimmered above Gu Qinger's name. "A 22-star talent? Not bad, Ye Cheng. I'll give you credit for that one." "Wait, these results can't be right." Gu Jie's words trailed off, his eyes snapping open in stunned disbelief. "A 60-star talent? You've discovered a 60-star genius?" one onlooker murmured in amazement. "Not even close. Look further down," Gu Hong said with a knowing smile, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Have you ever heard of anyone surpassing 60 stars?" Unable to contain himself, Guje bent over and poured all his spiritual power into the next set of results. His breath caught as he read them aloud. "No way. 81 stars? A full-star prodigy?" Someone gasped. The very sacred weapon Tianyu had fractured under the test strain. Gu Hong's solemn expression cracked into an irrepressible grin. Guje felt his world tilt. His mind raced. In the minor domains they'd explored, even a 20 or 30-star genius was a once-in-a-generation marvel. Yet here stood Ye Cheng, his own cousin, shattering every record with an unheard-of 81-star rating. What unimaginable fortune had smiled on him? Ye Cheng had unearthed a 60-star genius, and on top of that, a full-star junior prodigy? "What?" Guje muttered in disbelief. After a moment's stunned silence, Guje forced himself to calm down. With a resigned sigh, he handed the signed wager over to Gu Hong. Gu Hong chuckled as he took it, then, without a second thought, added 2 more items to the bet and presented them to Gu Qianshui and the Yunxi twins. They were meant as small gifts to honor the 3 geniuses he'd discovered. Though a pang of regret hit Guje at giving away such treasures, they were clan juniors after all, and that eased his conscience. Still, he couldn't hide his astonishment as he stared at the fragile-looking Yunxi brother and sister. "You're telling me these 2 little ones are the peerless geniuses?" "Exactly," Gu Hong confirmed, stroking his beard. He leaned in and filled Guje on the recent events at the Jianglin Gu estate. As each detail emerged, Guje's eyes grew wider. He'd already been amazed by the twins' talent, but then Gu Hong revealed Ye Cheng's own exploits. He felled Emperor Mo with a single palm strike, carried the 4 great emperors on his back all at once, and now those very emperors serve as his escort, with the venerables standing guard. At that, Gu Jie could barely contain his excitement. Never before had he heard of such staggering power, and here it was, all manifest in the young men before him. Gu Jie was about to jump to wild conclusions. If it weren't for Gu Hong's grave expression, he'd have sworn his cousin had uncovered 2 prodigies and was positively delirious with excitement. He muttered under his breath, "Could it be that our Gu clan has produced such peerless talents?" Just then, Ye Cheng, who had been polishing his martial forms inside the training pavilion, stepped into the courtyard. The very moment he appeared, Gu Hong came hurrying forward, not a hint of the usual senior's reserve on his face, as he offered a deep, respectful bow. "Your Highness, do you require anything?" Gu Jie stared in stunned silence. Why was Gu Hong acting so deferentially toward this unassuming youth? Then he remembered the rumors Gu Hong had let slip earlier, tales of Ye Cheng's remarkable feats. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He peered at Ye Cheng again and again, searching for some sign of greatness, an aura shimmering around him, eyes burning with otherworldly light, anything. But Ye Cheng looked every bit a normal young man. That only heightened Gu Jie's unease. No ordinary mortal could emerge from that secluded training cabin so casually. If Ye Cheng truly were just a commoner, he wouldn't have earned such unwavering respect from Gu Hong. With his heart pounding, Gu Jie forced himself to remain calm. He resolved to watch this young man more closely than ever, convinced now beyond doubt that something extraordinary lay hidden beneath Ye Cheng's calm facade. As soon as Ye Cheng stepped out of the cabin, the gale-force winds that howled over the sea of clouds threatened to rip him apart. Yet his aura remained as still and untroubled as that of an ordinary person. Such serenity in the face of mortal peril could only mean one thing. His cultivation had reached a depth so profound that he'd reverted to his true essence. He now stood at the very threshold of the imperial realm, ready to cross its gate. Gu Jie gasped at the sight. Swallowing his awe, he stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Gu Jie greets His Highness Ye Cheng." Ye Cheng inclined his head with the faintest of smiles, indicating that formalities could be set aside. His gaze drifted to Gu Jie's spiritual boat, where he detected 2 familiar energy signatures. Curious, he moved nearer. On the boat, Gu Qing'er and Gu Xier, 2 young women who had already assumed leadership roles among Gu Jie's recruits, felt a sudden shift in the air. Looking up, their eyes widened with delight the moment they recognized him. "Brother Ye Cheng," they called out in unison, their voices bright and eager. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a gentle grin. Though he was poised to step into a realm few mortals could ever hope to reach, in that instant he felt nothing but warmth at the sight of his 2 younger cousins. With a single graceful step, he climbed aboard the spiritual boat, ready to continue their journey together. At that moment, the excited cries of Gu Qing'er and Gu Xier drew every eye. Curious faces turned to see Ye Cheng hurrying toward them, a bright spark of anticipation in his gaze. Several branch disciples leaned forward, and even one of the main branch's top female prodigies stared in awe, her eyes glittering like stars. "Is that the genius Elder Gu Hong introduced?" someone whispered. "He's so striking, like an immortal come down to earth." Gu Jie watched, astonished, as Qing'er and Xier rushed to meet Ye Cheng. The 2 prodigies he'd worked so hard to recruit already knew His Highness? He stepped forward, smiling in disbelief. "Qing'er, do you know His Highness Ye Cheng?" Qing'er beamed and nodded. "Of course, Elder. You were wondering why Xier and I made such rapid progress earlier, weren't you? Every step we've taken, and our success today, owes entirely to Brother Ye Cheng." Gu Jie glanced from the 2 admiring girls to Ye Cheng's warm, encouraging smile. A surge of surprise and a touch of envy washed over him. He let out a wry, rueful chuckle, realizing just how deeply Ye Cheng had influenced their fates. Gu Jie had been convinced that by recruiting the prodigies Gu Qing'er and Gu Xier, he could finally outshine his cousin, Gu Hong. Now that confidence lay in ruins. Not only was he still trailing behind Gu Hong, but it turned out that these 2 discoveries were actually nurtured by Ye Cheng. Gu Hong's own patron and the greatest genius of the Kangming Gu clan. The gap between them was simply insurmountable. A swirl of emotions overtook Gu Jie as he watched Gu Hong claim yet another victory. Pride flared in his chest, until he reminded himself that pride alone would not close the chasm between talent shaped by Ye Cheng's legendary teachings and his own modest achievements. Here in the Kangming Gu clan, true geniuses were rare jewels. Ye Cheng was their brightest, eclipsing even Gu Hong in brilliance. Still, Gu Jie couldn't suppress a thrill at the thought of rushing back to Zhanglin's branch of the family to share the news. With the combined strength of both Gu Hong and Ye Cheng now aligned with their kin, the long-dormant Gu clan finally had reason to hope for a grand revival. Impatient to deliver this tidings, they urged the spirit boat to accelerate. In just 2 days, they swept through the perilous Langqian domain, an expanse notorious for testing the skill and resolve of any cultivator. Beyond its shifting mists and hidden threats lay the next leg of their journey, and none of them could predict what challenges awaited. Rings and pendants dangling from Gu Hong and Gu Jie suddenly flared to life in a fierce blaze, their gems glowing so hot that both children paled. At the same moment, the jade pendant carried by the clan elder ignited in a surge of white-hot flame. Only a high-ranking elder of the Kangming Gu clan could bear such a signal ring, and its activation meant that one of our elders was under attack nearby. Who in the entire Langtian domain dares lay a hand on the Gu family's blood? Ye Cheng's voice thundered through the courtyard. Chapter 102. Gu Hong and Gu Jie stood at the helm with anger blazing in their eyes. Under their urgent commands, the magic arrays of both spirit boats surged to their limits. Spirit stones were fed one after another into the arrays, each igniting in a brilliant flash. The boats trembled, then shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Glancing at Ye Cheng beside him, Gu Hong offered an apologetic nod. "Your Highness Ye Cheng, I'm truly sorry, but we'll have to take a detour. We need to rescue our clansmen first." Ye Cheng returned the nod, his expression composed. "We can't leave one of our own behind. Let's go." As the boats veered off course, Ye Cheng frowned thoughtfully. The Langtian domain closely resembled the spirit domain, but it was even weaker. In the spirit domain, a handful of Saint Emperors still held sway, yet in Langtian domain, true emperors were all but vanished. God kings could dominate entire regions here, and the Kangming Gu family had only just established itself as a genuine emperor-level power in these lands. Who could possibly dare provoke us? No one who dares attack a Gu family spirit vessel will leave alive. Gu Jie's voice cut through the desert wind, icy and unyielding, even as confusion flickered in his eyes. At that instant, Ye Cheng and his companions surged forward, determination blazing in their hearts. Far off, against the flaming horizon of the Langtian territory, 3 spirit vessels bearing the Kangming Gu family's banner hovered above the sands. Opposing them was a silent host of black-robed, masked monks. With unnerving precision, the monks fanned out, encircling the vessels in a lethal ring. An oppressive aura radiated from each attacker. Many had already attained the Xuanwang level, suffocating the younger cultivators aboard. Even the 3 venerable king-level elders exchanged grim looks, their usually unshakable composure shaken by the overwhelming power before them. Only hours earlier, they had reveled in their greatest discovery of the expedition, the prodigious talent of Ye Cheng. Now, that same young genius would have to summon every ounce of strength if the Gu family's spirit boats were to break free and live to fight another day. Ye Cheng was aptly named, handsome enough to topple a kingdom with a single glance. What made him truly remarkable, however, was not his looks but his talent. Though he was only in the true spirit realm, he had already illuminated 46 stars on his starry sky feather, a feat that surpassed many of the sect's own saints. The 3 elders of the Gu family, having decided it was time to return home, believed this trip had yielded little of value. Discovering a genius like Ye Cheng was the unexpected boon they hadn't dared hope for. But before they could savor their good fortune, fate delivered a cruel twist, an ambush. "Their intentions are far from friendly," muttered Elder Gu Li, his voice taut with warning. Across the clearing, the lead attacker strode forward, a man dressed head to toe in black, his face hidden behind a mask, a murderous gleam in his eyes. Among the elders, Gu Ying, whose cultivation far outmatched his peers, snapped his teeth and sprang to his feet. Boom! In an instant, the full force of his late Xuan King realm erupted, a crushing wave of pressure roaring toward the masked assailants. For a moment, she sensed the tide turning in her favor, and as the crushing pressure slackened, Gu Ying's voice boomed out. "Fellow Taoists, listen to me. I am Gu Ying, elder of the Gu family in Kangming, Qianyu. I know not where you hail from, nor what false slanders have driven you to war with my clan. But hear this. Withdraw now, and the Gu family will forgive all past grievances. Let today's conflict be as though it never occurred. If you seek elixirs, we have more than enough to share." At her words, the masked man leading the strangers, clad head to toe in black, suddenly withdrew the murderous gleam from his eyes and replaced it with a slow, contemptuous sneer. His laughter was low, mocking and benign. It pulsed a barely contained fury. The Gu family of Kangming truly boasts arrogance beyond measure. But let me make one thing clear. We've not come for your gold. We've come to shed your blood. No sooner had the threat left his lips than a roaring wave of power erupted around him, surging toward Gu Ying and the other two elders. "Raw! God King Realm!" The three elders staggered back, faces drained of color, as the black-clothed cultivator's attack bore down upon them. Everyone's eyes narrowed to pinpricks as they stared at the figure cloaked in black. Shock rippled through the assembled Gu family disciples, and Gu Ying felt his heart drop into his stomach. It was painfully clear. These intruders had come for the Gu clan, and at their head stood a god king. Against such a fearsome lineup, the Gu family's forces stood no chance. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the god king, crushing the very air and sending tremors through every soul present. Only moments ago, Gu Ying and the other branch prodigies had dared to dream of glory. Once they entered the main vein, they would receive its rich cultivation resources and personal guidance from masters of the king realm. Now, in the blink of an eye, all those aspirations lay in ruins. Among the stunned ranks was Ye Cheng, formerly called Gu Cheng, whose talent had always set him apart. Yet, even his extraordinary gift could not stem the tide of despair that now washed over the Gu family. That day, once he ignited all 46 stars, Elder Gu Ying had promised, Ye Cheng would be able to return to the main branch of the Kangming Gu clan. There, he would receive pivotal instruction, personal tutelage from the clan leader, and the chance to consult the Emperor Realm ancestor himself on any cultivation roadblocks. In other words, he would gain the full backing of the entire Kangming Gu family. With that support, he wouldn't merely serve the clan, he'd have the power to shield his own branch, perhaps even lead them to the richer territories of Qianyu. This grand prospect had fueled Ye Cheng's determination to train harder than ever. Yet the sudden turn of events before him now chipped away at his once iron resolve. Could he really fail to escape this catastrophe? Was this unavoidable fate? On the deck of the spirit boat, Elder Gu Ying let out a sigh of murky breath, regret flickering in her eyes. She fell silent. Her earlier threat, invoking the Imperial Realm ancestor on her side, now rang hollow and meaningless. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as he realized the truth. Whoever had the nerve to show up here was clearly an enemy of the Kangming Gu clan, bent on wiping them out. He didn't yet know which foe it was, but one thing was certain. This intruder had come to kill. He grimaced at his own mistake, not for taking on the duty of guiding the branch family's prodigy, but for destroying the jade pendant that could have served as an emergency beacon. Langtanyu lay too far from Qianyu for him to summon help directly. The only reinforcements capable of arriving quickly were the other guide teams the Gu clan had stationed near Langtianyu, and all their elders topped out at the Xuanwang realm. Against the black-robed old man before them, a cultivator of God King caliber, even a Xuanwang of heavenly king strength would be powerless. Calling those elders in would only steer more of the Gu family into certain slaughter. But there was no alternative. The intruder had masked his aura from the start, lulling them into a false sense of security, making them believe they stood a chance. He waited patiently until Gu Ying and the others sent their distress signal, and only then did he allow his true power to surge forth. It was clear the mysterious stranger in black intended to slaughter as many of the Gu family's scout teams as he could. His ruthless methods sickened Gu Ying and the others, but it was undeniably effective. Just as their spirits hit rock bottom, two sharp whooshes cut through the vast sea of clouds. High above, two spirit boats hurtled toward the battlefy, each propelled by a gale-force wind. Gu Hong and Gu Jie had arrived, their vessels bearing the proud Kangming Gu banners. The sight should have brought relief, but Gu Ying's instincts screamed danger. He threw back his head and roared, his voice booming across the sky. "All Gu family members, fall back at once! It's an ambush!" "What?" Gu Hong and Gu Jie cried in unison, frozen in shock. Their hesitation was short-lived. Before either of them could regroup, the figure in black took a single step forward, his boots pressing against the clouds as though they were solid ground, and let out a low, grim laugh that echoed like distant thunder. The reaction was swift, but regrettably, it's already too late. No sooner had the old man's voice faded than the oppressive aura emanating from the God King crashed down over the two spirit boats helmed by Gu Jie and Gu Hong. Like an enormous black cloud, it sought to crush them in place, to hold them helplessly within its grip. "God King." Gu Hong's voice trembled, and Gu Jie's face went ashen at the sheer weight of that malignant pressure, as though the heavens themselves were pressing them into the earth. At that critical moment, a calm, clear voice cut through the tension. "God King?" In the instant it was spoken, the air itself seemed to shiver. A brilliant figure streaked forward, Ye Cheng, his form blurring like molten silver. He shot directly into the swirling sea of clouds, hovering above the two spirit boats. Energy flared around him, a ripple of power that met the God King's oppressive aura head-on. Boom! A shockwave rolled outward as Ye Cheng unleashed his own force, driving back the darkness the old man had summoned. "Your Highness Ye Cheng!" Gu Jie's awed cry rang out, and even Gu Hong's pale lips curved into a relieved smile. For a moment, the heavens held their breath as two titanic wills clashed. Then, beneath Ye Cheng's unyielding gaze, the God King's pressure fractured and receded, proof that even against the mightiest foes, a resolute heart could turn the tide. Chapter 103. The oppressive aura around them suddenly vanished. Gu Hong and Gu Jie both exhaled in unison, relief flooding their faces. Bringing Gu Ye Cheng to Zhonglin City had been their saving grace. Without him, they would have been forced to confront a God King without even a chance to explain themselves. Below them, Gu Ying and the other clan members stared up in astonishment. Who was this figure hovering above the clouds? When had their family produced such a powerful God King? Even the younger branch disciples, still shaken from the ordeal they'd barely survived, stared speechless. Only Gu Qingcheng, who had resigned herself to defeat, felt her heart pound with renewed hope. She watched Gu Ye Cheng in his flowing white robes, his every movement imbued with an otherworldly grace. Could this truly be the main branch's God King? He was so elegant. Moments later, the stunned onlookers found their voices and erupted into cheers. Having weathered the crisis, they bowed their heads in deep gratitude and respect for Lord Gu Ye Cheng. The God King in black froze, brow knitting as he sensed the unmistakable Divine King aura radiating from Gu Ye Cheng. Born into the Zhou clan of Chenyu, he knew all too well how their family stood. No saintly lineage, no storied past, only an ancestor who had broken into the Emperor realm 30 years ago. A century ago, the Zhou and the Kongming Gu families became sworn enemies, and ever since that ancestor's ascension, the Zhou clan had forced the Gu into submission. Had the Gu not managed to keep hold of their ancestral artifact, the Zhou might long ago have claimed the Emperor realm for themselves and eradicated the Gu bloodline entirely. But fate had other plans. After a decade of secluded cultivation, the Gu clan's master finally shattered the ceiling of his potential and ascended to the Emperor realm. That breakthrough threw the Zhou clan into panic. Unable to stand by while their rivals regained strength, they dispatched their own God King, the Man in Black, to strike the Gu family's reception party today. And now, standing face-to-face with Gu Ye Cheng's newly awakened power, the God King in Black realized the gravity of what he had unleashed. Gu Ye Cheng's arrival turned the tide. The Zhou family's plan had been simple: recruit the next wave of geniuses before the Gu clan could lay claim to them. If the Zhou secured too many prodigies, they risked being steamrolled by the Gu in the long run. Everything was going according to plan, until Gu Ye Cheng leapt into the fray. No sooner had the Zhou family's God King maneuvered to intercept the youths than another figure materialized, radiating power at the God King realm. Clad in flowing white robes, he was wholly unfamiliar, and he was the Gu clan's sworn enemy. "Who are you?" snarled the black-robed Zhou God King, voice low and icy. "This is a dispute between the Zhou and the Gu. Step aside now, or you'll face the consequences." Ye Cheng smirked. Calmly, he replied, "A feud with my Gu clan, you say? And you think that has nothing to do with me?" The black-robed martial lord's eyes flicked to Ye Cheng's crest, then widened in shock. You're from the Gu family?" Ye Cheng inclined his head, the corner of his mouth lifting. "That's right. Step away." Panic crept over the Zhou God King's face. He had detailed knowledge of the Gu elders, of their strengths and weaknesses, but he had never heard of a sword cultivator like this, dressed all in white. Could the Kangming branch of the Gu clan truly be harboring hidden power of this caliber? "No," he muttered to himself. "We must alert the clan immediately. They must be prepared." With a final wary glare at Ye Cheng, the black-robed Zhou God King signaled his subordinates to fall back. As they obeyed, Ye Cheng's white cloak flickered in the wind, an unmistakable warning that the Gu family's reach was far greater than anyone had imagined. The black-clothed God King's mind raced as he made his decision to slip away. But before he could vanish, Ye Cheng struck. "This is Ye Cheng," he announced, Ollie, stepping forward into the dim light. "You slaughter my Gu family's squad, yet you hide behind that mask. Let's see how many faces you've got under there." The God King bristled at the insult, but Ye Cheng paid him no heed. With a disdainful smirk, he swept out his hand, intent on sealing his enemy's power and taking him alive. "As if I'd let you bind me," the black-clothed God King snarled. Drawing in a great surge of spiritual energy, he carved 100 shifting runes in the air. Under his command, they fused into a single golden seal, dense as a world unto itself, and flung itself straight at Ye Cheng's head. A thunderous crack rent the air as the seal ripped through space, leaving reality quivering in its wake. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. The battle was just beginning. Even the king-level elders, Gu Ying among them, couldn't help but hold their breath under that crushing aura. The younger scions of the branch clans wore anxious expressions they could no longer hide. Only Gu Jie and Gu Hong remained perfectly composed, their confidence in Ye Cheng unshakable. Flee in the face of a foe capable of killing emperors? Such a thought was laughable. True to their faith, Ye Cheng only sneered at the looming seal. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a blade of rainbow-hued light tore through the air, humming like distant thunder. Under the shock-struck gazes of the entire audience, that single slashing arc cleaved the God King's black-robed magic seal in two, as effortlessly as a hot knife through soft tofu, and then rushed on to strike its maker. The impact was cataclysmic. The black-robed God King's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. Every one of his internal organs felt pounded by 1,000 sledgehammers. His dantian and sea of consciousness trembled violently, and he gurgled up a mouthful of blood, his face drained of all color. Ye Cheng's strike drained the God King's breath in an instant, leaving him too weak even to stay aloft. Under the horrified eyes of the Xuan kings arrayed beneath him, the fallen deity plummeted straight toward the cloud sea. Yet at the very last moment, just before his body could crash into the mist, Ye Cheng raised a hand. He wove a sheath of spiritual power around the God King, arresting his descent and capturing him alive. Then, with calm precision, he tore off the intruder's mask. This, he brought down a God King in a single blow? It's not just that. He subdued him alive. That's more astonishing than ending his life outright. The junior disciples clustered behind Gu Ying stared in wide-eyed disbelief. They had arrived expecting a titanic duel between God Kings, not a finale decided in a heartbeat. Their curiosity about Ye Cheng surged. "I heard those two elders whispering. It really is His Highness Ye Cheng? Our Kangming main branch actually boasts a God King of this caliber? The bloodline really is extraordinary." Even Gu Ying and the 3 senior elders standing at the command post wore astonished expressions, nearly as stunned as the juniors. Never had they witnessed such effortless mastery over a true God King. None of them were still marveling. Their eyes snapped to the black-clad God King bound at Ye Cheng's feet, and a cold chill ran through the assembly. "Zhou Tian, Old Spectre, it really is you. Gu Ying ground his teeth. They'd long suspected that whoever penetrated the Gu family's defenses and struck so precisely must be allied with the Zhou clan, the only household waging open war on the Gus for generations. And now here stood Zhou Tian, the fifth elder and a feared god king, captured alive. Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Ye Cheng. Your power, it clearly exceeds the god king realm. Who are you? Since when has the Gu family boasted a warrior like you? Ye Cheng ignored the question. He stepped forward, intent on handing the bound Zhou Tian over to Gu Ying. But the captive's fury flared hotter than expected. Realizing escape was impossible, Zhou Tian bellowed, "Very well, today I yield to you, but know this, even in dreams, you'll never truly hold me prisoner." His roar shook the courtyard like distant thunder, a final promise of defiance even as his limbs were bound. A jet-black glow flared from Zhou Yuan's brow. In an instant, his consciousness tore free from his body, his divine soul streaking away like a meteor across the sky. He was abandoning his physical form, casting it off to make his escape. Gu Ying and the others went deathly pale. If Zhou Yuan rebuilt his body, even with only Heavenly King status, he could fight his way back to Divine King level in time, and who knew what havoc he might wreak. It was a brutal, merciless choice, and one that could doom them all. Only Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his expression cool as moonlight. He watched Zhou Yuan's fleeing soul with a faint, disdainful smile. "You really think you can evade me by running off as a spirit?" he murmured. Then he spoke a single, thunderous word, "Behead." At once the air around him trembled. From between his brows poured an immense, boundless power, an unstoppable tidal wave of divine energy that radiated outward in every direction. Zhou Yuan's soul screamed in horror, but there was no quarter to be had. In less time than it takes to draw a breath, Ye Cheng's spiritual force overwhelmed him, shredding his divine essence to nothing. The forest fell deathly still as the echo of that final, anguished wail faded away. Gu Ying found her voice at last. "Your Highness, you actually possess such a technique." Another cultivator gasped beneath his breath. What a terrifying spiritual assault! And as the echoes of destruction died, Ye Cheng remained unchanged, eyes cold, figure regal, master of body, spirit, and fate. "I swear, not even the ancestral patriarch could have survived a strike like that." Elder Gu Ying's voice shook as he stared at Zhou Yuan's motionless body. The other three elders, none of whom had any inkling of Ye Cheng's true power, turned their gazes in rapid sequence, first to the seemingly lifeless Zhou Yuan, then to Ye Cheng himself. But Ye Cheng stood there as calm and untroubled as if he'd merely swatted away a bothersome fly. His expression betrayed no hint of struggle, no pride, no regret, just the serene composure of a man who had done something perfectly ordinary. Shock rippled through the assembled elders. They had all underestimated this unassuming youth, and now they were left to confront a truth even more astonishing than Zhou Yuan's sudden demise. Ye Cheng's strength was far beyond anything they had ever imagined. Chapter 104. Elder Zhou Tian is dead! Elder Zhou Tian is dead! A shrill cry rang out across the battlefield, turning comrades into panicked fugitives. "What are you waiting for? Flee! Go! Now!" But it was too late. Elder Zhou Tian, a peerless god king, had just felt his immortal essence ripped from his body. His final scream still echoed faintly as his soul collapsed, leaving his lifeless shell to slump to the blood-soaked ground. At once, the Zhou family's Xuan kings, led by him into this desperate engagement, lost all resolve. They scattered like frightened birds, abandoning ranks, reputation, and even their lives in their mad dash for survival. Yet escape was a cruel joke. In a single effortless motion, Ye Cheng's sword light traced a perfect arc through the air. Wherever it struck, Cultivation slumped into oblivion. Two Zhou scions, each secretly hiding Heavenly King's strength, tried to summon their inner power. They swelled their auras, eyes blazing, only to find themselves pierced between the brows by Ye Cheng's cascading brilliance. In that instant, their minds shattered. They fell dead at his feet. From the moment Ye Cheng arrived, the entire conflict was decided in less time than it takes for incense to burn. A formation meant to halt the Gu family's reception team, a lineup boasting a god king, 2 heavenly kings, and several mysterious kings, disintegrated under his blade. When the final wisp of sword energy faded, not a single Zhou family cultivator remained standing. The earth was littered with their fallen forms, and the air still trembled with the remnants of their fractured souls. The grand ambush that had seemed so imposing a moment ago lay shattered, its architects slain before they even knew what struck them. Silence reclaimed the field. Ye Cheng sheathed his sword, his calm presence a stark contrast to the devastation he'd wrought. Around him, the Gu family warriors stared in awe and fear, witnesses to a power beyond their reckoning. In that stillness, one truth resonated above all else. Any who dared stand against Ye Cheng would meet the same swift, merciless end. Ye Cheng hovered in midair, his expression calm and his eyes cool and distant, like a fallen immortal surveying the world below. Everyone present stared up at him in stunned awe. Even Gu Hong and Gu Jie, familiar as they were with Ye Cheng's reputation, had never seen him fight before. Now, witnessing his power firsthand, they were equally amazed. "We thank your Highness Ye Cheng for your aid." Gu Ying and the two senior elders were the first to recover their composure. They shot upward and came to stand beside Ye Cheng, bowing deeply. "If your Highness hadn't intervened today, we would have been lost," Gu Ying exclaimed. The other two elders nodded vigorously. "It's a blessing that only Zhou Yuan showed up. Had the Zhu family sent more elders, our fate would have been sealed." At their words, Gu Hong and Gu Jie hurried forward, smiling. "You're mistaken," they chorused. "I wish the Zhou family would send more elders," Gu Hong declared, folding his arms. "With His Highness Ye Cheng on the field, even that old dog Zhou Tian will fall in minutes," he continued boldly. "Let alone the Zhou clan's patriarch, he'd stand no chance." Gu Ying and the others stared at him in disbelief. The Zhou patriarch was a peerless Emperor Realm cultivator. How could Gu Hong claim Ye Cheng could overcome him? Smirking at their shocked expressions, Gu Hong exchanged a knowing glance with his brother, Gu Jie. With pride glinting in his eyes, Gu Jie added, "Brother Ying, I promise you he's done it before. His Highness Ye Cheng has slain emperors." "Slayed emperors," Gu Ying's voice trembled. A ripple of stunned murmurs swept through the onlookers. Emperor Realm fighters were legends unto themselves, only a handful in the entire world. The Zhou patriarch had only reached early Xuanhuang, much like the ancestor of the Kangming Gu clan. If Ye Cheng had truly defeated someone of that stature, he must eclipse even their own progenitor. Yet none of them had ever heard his name. Seeing their confusion, Gu Hong and Gu Ji shared triumphant smiles. They wasted no time. In clear, concise terms, they laid out Ye Cheng's astonishing record. He'd cut through a squad of Emperor Realm guards in a single strike. He'd stormed an enemy fortress alone, toppling its defenses overnight. He'd shattered an imperial edict with nothing but a wave of his sword, the Frostbrand, earning him the title Emperor's Bane. With each tale more incredible than the last, Gu Ying and the others felt their disbelief slipping away, and a stirring of awe creeping in. If even half of these stories were true, then the man before them was no ordinary cultivator. He was a legend reborn. It turns out that His Highness Ye Cheng isn't from our Kangming Gu clan at all, but the young master of the Zhonglin Gu family. No wonder none of us has ever heard of him. Wait. Gu Ying's eyes snapped open at the realization. The young master of Zhonglin Gu, Ye Cheng, he's only in his early 20s. Beside her, Gu Hong and Gu Jie exchanged startled glances and gave a slow nod. That's right, he's barely out of his teens. A thrill ran through Gu Ying as she pressed her palms together. This is truly divine favor upon our Gu clan. With someone as prodigiously talented as Ye Cheng, our family's fortunes are bound to be restored, our legacy reborn. Excitement lit every face in the room. If their ancestors could witness such news, they would surely rejoice. All those years of lofty pride, claiming to be the main branch and looking down on the lesser clans, suddenly felt misplaced. In the presence of Ye Cheng's astonishing promise, their own Kangming Gu lineage could only stand humbled yet hopeful. Gu Ying and the others exchanged silent, uneasy glances. Across the deck, Gu Qingcheng still couldn't steady her heart after witnessing Ye Cheng's unparalleled swordplay as he cut through their enemies. Born into a cadet branch, she'd possessed extraordinary talent since childhood. Ordinary geniuses never impressed her. Yet here was someone who awoke feelings she'd never known. At first sight, she felt drawn to him, willing even to serve by his side as a mere handmaiden. More than that, Lord Ye Cheng had saved her life, along with those of the other branch family prodigies and 3 revered elders, and she was determined to repay so great a debt. Every time she pictured his striking features, her cheeks warmed and her pulse quickened. With a soft exhale, she shook her head to clear her thoughts, then rose to peer through the porthole. Since the day the Zhou clan and their allies fell, Gu Ying's party had journeyed alongside Gu Hong and Gu Jie. Now, all 5 spirit boats sailed homeward together, carrying passengers and memories alike across the tranquil water. Gu Qingcheng lingered by the cabin's porthole, her eyes fixed on the lone spirit boat moored in the silent waters below, that of Gu Ye Cheng. Heart pounding, she hesitated only a moment before steeling herself. She left her room and sought out Elder Gu Ying in the grand corridor. "Elder Ying," Qingcheng began, striving for cool indifference, "shouldn't every elder have a spirit boat to guide us branch family children? Why haven't I seen one for Elder Ye Cheng?" Gu Ying, a sovereign who had lived for centuries, was far too perceptive to be fooled by Qingcheng's feigned nonchalance. The moment the younger girl spoke, Gu Ying knew that love was at the root of this question. After all, with Gu Yecheng's grace, power, and striking presence, any young girl might dream of him. Yet for Qingcheng, who had always carried herself with haughty detachment, as if not even her own family mattered, to suddenly be fretting over romance and personal gain was peculiar, to say the least. Silently, Gu Ying offered a knowing smile. She had a feeling this was only the beginning of Qingcheng's troubles of the heart. Gu Ying couldn't help but notice the little girl's eager expression and felt a mischievous urge buoy him. "His Highness Ye Cheng's circumstances are, rather delicate," he said, arching an eyebrow. "It isn't something one can discuss lightly." He paused, watching Gu Qingcheng's eyes widen with concern. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he continued more softly. "However, if you're truly determined to know what's going on with His Highness Ye Cheng, I suppose I could share a few details." He leaned in slightly, voice dropping to a teasing whisper. "So tell me, do you really want to know?" Chapter 105. Ah! Gu Qingcheng let out a soft gasp, staring at Elder Gu Ying's amused face. She felt her cheeks, and even her earlobes, flame hot. The poised, icy goddess she'd just been impersonating was gone. "Elder Ying," she stammered, voice trembling, "you're teasing me, aren't you?" Gu Ying chuckled, folding his arms. "You're shivering. Are you not cold anymore?" He laughed at her embarrassed expression, but spared her any further teasing. All right, I was only kidding. You wanted to know about His Highness Ye Cheng, didn't you? I've gathered everything from Hong and Jie." He leaned back and began to recount what he'd learned. The feats attributed to Prince Gu Ye Cheng, the visions his subordinates spoke of, the whispered tales of his power. As he spoke, Gu Qingcheng's eyes grew wide. Her small rosebud mouth fell open, and she could only stare in stunned silence. She'd known Ye Cheng was astonishingly handsome. She'd expected greatness from him, perhaps a century's worth of cultivation. But she had never imagined that a god-king of his caliber would be one of her contemporaries. He was barely in his early 20s, just a few years her senior, and already he stood among the realm's most formidable figures. Gu Qingcheng's heart pounded as she absorbed each detail, awed by the revelation. Prince Ye Cheng's youth, his legendary strength, it all left her breathless. She still thought of herself as a genius, looking down on everyone around her. Yet standing beside Gu Ye Cheng, all of that pride collapsed without a trace. Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. Sensing her dismay, Gu Ying sighed inwardly, then rested a comforting hand on her shoulder. "His Highness Ye Cheng is no ordinary cultivator," he said gently. "If you keep comparing yourself to him, you'll only unsettle your Taoist focus. He's the Holy Clan's greatest hope for reclaiming our family's former glory, perhaps even elevating us to heights we've never known. Honestly, there isn't a single person in our clan, main branch or otherwise, who comes close to matching his talent." He gave her a reassuring smile and changed the subject. "You may not rival His Highness yet, but your gifts far outshine any prodigy from the main lineage. Don't let this discourage you. The gap is wide now, but with steady effort, you can still reach his level." At Gu Ying's encouragement, Qingcheng felt her earlier despondency begin to lift. Before, Gu Qingcheng had convinced herself that Gu Ye Cheng was simply too extraordinary, so far above her station that she felt utterly unworthy. But now, a spark of determination had been reignited in her heart. Just before he left, Gu Ying had slipped her some invaluable news that set Ye Cheng's pulse racing. His Highness Ye Cheng has expressed a keen interest in training the younger generation of our clan. When we spoke with him, he even said he'd be willing to accept a few disciples from the Gu family, 1 or 2 at most. And you must seize this chance, Gu Ying urged. The moment the words left Gu Ying's lips, Ye Cheng's eyes shone with new resolve. Pursuing the man she admired would be no easy feat, but at last she saw a clear path forward. I'll start by becoming His Highness's disciple, she declared to herself. Once I've earned his guidance, I'll lay my plans carefully, and before long, I'll be his bride. Very well, she whispered, a fierce excitement bubbling within her. In that instant, the once timid girl found her fighting spirit doubled. She'd never imagined she would one day hunt after a man or fall in love at first sight. But now, with a new goal in her sights, everything felt possible. If His Highness Ye Cheng was the target, he was prepared to risk everything. With that resolve, both teams threw themselves into even more rigorous training. Yet, when they finally departed the borders of Langtian territory, they did not travel together. Gu Ying led her squad in bidding them farewell. She had arranged to rendezvous with several other team leaders along a longer, alternative road, one that would allow them to recruit additional branch disciples. The Zhou family, still reeling from the loss of Zhou Yuan's interception team, welcomed any chance to bolster their forces. Until the cause of that deadly ambush was uncovered, they dared not act rashly. Ye Cheng offered no objection to their plan, though he had no intention of joining them. His companions Gu Hong and Gu Jie were equally determined to hurry back to the Jianglin Gu family, to report to the clan leader and ancestors, and to share the astonishing news. With that, the two detachments parted ways, each striking off on its own course. Gu Cheng stood as if struck by lightning when she heard the news. She watched Ye Cheng's spirit boat drift farther and farther away, reluctance shining in her eyes. Gu Ying, noticing her friend's wistful expression, couldn't resist a bit of teasing. What's the matter? Planning to ask His Highness Ye Cheng to take you back with him? Ye Cheng's cheeks flushed scarlet. She ducked her head, shaking it shyly. No, it's fine. His Highness Ye Cheng will be returning to Kangming King City soon. We'll see each other then. Seeing her blush, Gu Ying relented and offered a few encouraging words before hurrying off to finalize their travel plans. Left alone, Ye Cheng stole one last look at the distant spirit boat. A spark of determination kindled in her eyes, and she whispered to herself, "Next time we meet in Kangming King City, I will become His Highness Ye Cheng's disciple." Unbeknownst to her, Ye Cheng was completely unaware of Ye Cheng's secret resolve. After parting ways with Gu Ying's party, Ye Cheng contacted the two elder guides, Gu Hong and Gu Jie, to learn their next marching route. By taking the new path out of Langtian territory, his group would move far faster than Gu Ying's. They needed only to pass through 3 minor realms before arriving in Qian territory, barely half a month's journey, even allowing for occasional detours down unvisited side passages. On those spur routes, they might run into other returning elder fleets, swapping news and provisions. Before he knew it, nearly a full month had slipped by. "I'll go into seclusion then," Ye Cheng announced, voice calm but resolute. He closed his eyes for a moment, testing his inner pulse. The threshold of the imperial realm lay just within reach, one decisive breakthrough, and he would ascend to a whole new level. If he cultivated without distraction, that transformation could happen imminently. He summoned Gu Hong and Gu Jie once more. "I'm entering retreat. Unless there's an emergency, do not disturb me." Both bowed deeply, their expressions solemn. Cultivation brooked no interruptions, and they understood perfectly. Over the next 15 days, Ye Cheng withdrew entirely, immersing himself in his meditations. The world outside, the chatter of the rote, the comings and goings of other fleets, faded away, leaving only the steady beat of his heart and the uncharted depths of his own potential. Ye Cheng stretched and let out a slow breath, ready to clear his mind and continue his retreat. The moon had already drifted low in the western sky, and most of the cultivators aboard the spirit boat had long since fallen asleep. Yunxi and her brother, both of whom Ye Cheng had guided through secluded training over the past days, were now practicing alongside their father. They'd made remarkable progress and remained fully absorbed in their exercises. Ye Cheng saw no need to interrupt them. Stepping out from his cabin onto the deck, he was surprised to find that Gujie's vessel was no longer alone. 3 additional spirit boats from the Kangming Gu clan glided in formation beside his. Clearly, these were the escorts that had gone out to welcome Gu Hong and Gu Jie while Ye Cheng was in seclusion. The remaining family elders were spread among the boats, their lanterns flickering like distant stars. Just as Ye Cheng relaxed into the gentle sway of the deck, something caught his eye on a nearby boat. There, bathed in silver moonlight, stood a young woman in a flowing red gown. Her posture was elegant and poised, her features delicate and refined. She gazed out at the dark waters as though she were drinking in every ripple of the night. As Ye Cheng's eyes sharpened, he realized there was far more to her than a chance passenger on these spirit boats, and an unspoken question stirred in his mind. The crimson-robed girl's aura suddenly flared, revealing her to be a purple fate cultivator. Although she was only first-tier purple, even that level was exceptionally rare. In all the rising talents of the Gu family's various branches that Gu Ye Cheng had encountered over the past few days, only Gu Qingcheng had ever outshone her. A thoughtful gleam lit his eyes. "She has real potential," he murmured. "This girl is definitely worth training." Chapter 106. Gu Ye Cheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. A purple-tier destiny is impressive by ordinary standards, but it still pales beside the gifts his wife possesses, and even the young Xuanhuang heir, who remains unmarried, eclipses it. Yet within the current generation of the Gu clan, purple-tier talents are all too scarce. He couldn't ignore this any longer. Over the years, he had plowed considerable cultivation resources into the Gu family branch in Jianglin, only to see mediocre results. If he truly aspired to forge an immortal fairy lineage, he would need more than just a hands-off approach. He had to discover and nurture outstanding clan members. Otherwise, what kind of storekeeper would he be, forced to leap into battle every time trouble arose just to defend his family? No, it was far wiser to raise a cadre of elite disciples and relatives, capable, loyal, and ready to act on his behalf. As he mentored them, however, he reminded himself that his own cultivation must not stall. Only by strengthening himself could he accelerate the revival of the Gu bloodline's dormant powers. With resolve firming in his chest, Gu Ye Cheng set his plan in motion. Recruit promising youths, refine their innate gifts, and together lay the foundation for the Gu family's future glory. When Gu Ye Cheng felt the final barriers crumble on his path to Daozun, and even the Emperor realm, he knew the coming surge would elevate his bloodline beyond the Gu family's old Saint clan glory. Standing before him was a girl in a scarlet gown, Gu Xinmeng. Her talent and pride marked her as precisely the kind of person worth investing in. With that in mind, he closed the distance in a few measured steps. Gu Xinmeng's arrogance had only grown since she allied with Gu Hong, Gu Jie, and the other fleets. In fact, she was even more haughty than Gu Qingcheng, cold and aloof, yes, but not nearly as unyielding as Xinmeng's unwavering self-belief. Born into a branch household and now a passenger aboard the Kangming Gu family's spirit vessel, she'd never met a peer who could match her prowess or refuse to flatter her. The elders, too, had indulged her every whim, an indulgence that only fanned the flames of her pride. As Gu Ye Cheng drew near, Gu Xinmeng frowned and tilted her head, giving him a critical once-over. He was handsome enough, certainly, but beauty alone did little to impress her. Before he could offer a greeting, she cut him off with a cool, measured voice. "If you're just here to chat, forget it." "Chat?" Gu Ye Cheng blinked in surprise, then shook his head with a wry smile. Gu Xinmeng was undeniably beautiful, but in his eyes she couldn't compare to his wife, Jiang Lianxin, or to Xuanhuang. Even Gu Qingcheng put her to shame. He hadn't come for her looks. "I know you're exceptionally talented," he said. "That's why I wanted to ask, would you consider becoming my disciple?" Gu Xinmeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this junior truly not know who she was? She was one of the branch's celebrated prodigies, yet here he was, clueless enough to offer discipleship. If not for their shared clan name, she would have turned on her heel already. Still, she forced herself to stay. "I'm not interested," she said coolly. "Now, please leave." She drew a deliberate breath, fighting the urge to walk away. Despite her impatience, she reminded herself of the family tie, however distant, and braced for his response. Ye Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Without another word, he turned and strode off. His suggestion had been nothing more than a passing impulse. He hadn't expected the woman to be so proud. Shaking his head in amusement, he climbed back into his spirit boat. It had been worth a try. If she'd agreed, all the better, and if not, well, no harm done. From behind him, Gu Shenmeng's disdain only deepened. In her eyes, he was just another lecher trying to catch her attention with empty grandstanding. Take me as your disciple? If you're flirting with me, at least come up with a better excuse than that. Ridiculous. Ye Cheng didn't give Gu Shenmeng's thoughts another thought. Over the next few days, he immersed himself fully in retreat until he felt his cultivation reach its current limit. Now, all that remained was to wait for his mindset to mature naturally. Only then could he shatter the barrier. Forcing the breakthrough too soon would do more harm than good. Besides, the Xianxia sect lay less than half a day's journey away. There was no need to rush. Ye Cheng didn't need to slip back into retreat. Quite the opposite. The Yunqi siblings had already immersed themselves in seclusion, determined to emerge only once the flotilla reached Xianxia. He allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Around him, the decks of the spirit ships buzzed with unfamiliar faces. These were the prodigies from the lesser branches, talents that Guhong had personally recruited over the past months. A dozen or more vessels sailed in tight formation. Many of their passengers had yet to learn who Ye Cheng was. Only the chief disciples of those subfamilies and the spirit boat attendants aboard Guhong's and Gujie's ships truly understood his reputation. He sat quietly, sipping his tea and gazing at the passing clouds, careful not to draw undue attention to himself. Then, from the deck below, a sudden uproar shattered the relative calm. Two groups of teenagers, children of the Gu family clans traveling on separate boats, had started arguing fiercely. Sharp words flew back and forth. These young geniuses, each convinced of their own superiority, refused to yield. Ye Cheng frowned. Rivalry was expected among the branches, but open discord threatened the entire expedition's harmony. Still, before he could rise to intervene, a booming voice cut through the din. "That's enough!" All at once, every quarrel halted. Heads turned toward the source of the voice. Ye Cheng stepped forward, his presence calm but authoritative. Though he wore simple robes, there was no mistaking the quiet strength he projected. "Here, we travel as one family," he said firmly. "Your grievances can be settled later, privately, but on these decks, you'll show respect to one another, or you'll answer to me." Silence followed. The youths exchanged guilty glances, then bowed their heads in reluctant acknowledgement. A smile softened Ye Cheng's features. "Good. Now, return to your quarters. Save your energy for cultivation, not petty squabbles." The would-be combatants dispersed, chastened. Around him, the spirit boat attendants exchanged impressed looks. Even from the other ships, whispers spread. Ye Cheng had stepped in like a seasoned leader. He returned to his seat, lifted his teacup, and took a quiet sip, watching the distant horizon as the flotilla pressed on toward Xianxia, united, at least for now, by the strength of his single command. Ye Cheng frowned as he surveyed the two opposing groups. On one side stood a young man whose leadership was marked by ruthless cruelty. Though this was only a contest, he had repeatedly resorted to brutal methods, crushing bones and severing tendons. On the other side was a group far weaker than Gushan's team. After only a brief skirmish, they lay sprawled on the deck of the main spirit vessel, moaning with pain. The merciless young man sneered as he surveyed the defeated. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. "Consider yourselves lucky," he murmured. "If this weren't the main spiritual boat, I wouldn't have merely crippled you. I'd have killed you." He spoke with unsettling calm, as though slaughtering opponents were no more remarkable than taking a stroll. His name was Gu Shan, scion of one of the most influential branch families. Though his house hadn't produced an emperor, it boasted ancestors who had reached the God-King realm. On top of that formidable lineage, Gu Shan himself possessed exceptional talent. His 35-star aptitude ranked nearly on par with the saints of the Kangming Gu clan. Upon learning of Gu Shan's intentions, the already arrogant young cultivator only became more overbearing. The moment he stepped onto the spirit boat, he set about challenging everyone in sight, eager to cement his authority. Ordinarily, such provocations might have passed unnoticed by Ye Cheng. After all, every disciple aboard was a prodigy, and rivalry was expected. But Gushan's cruelty toward his own comrades, and, worst of all, his parting threat to kill any of his people who failed or betrayed him, crossed a line. To Ye Cheng, slaughtering one's own disciples was an unforgivable sin. Suppressing the surge of his anger, Ye Cheng suddenly released his true power. Boom! A crushing aura, unmistakably that of a king-level cultivator, descended upon the spirit boat, centering squarely on Gushan's position. Every young cultivator aboard felt their breath catch and their chests tighten. In that charged silence, all eyes turned to Ye Cheng, faces pale, hearts pounding, brimming with awe. Chapter 107. Gushan has really overstepped, murmured one of the cultivators aboard the neighboring spirit boat. Even Elder Lianyin is irate. The onlookers didn't recognize Ye Cheng and assumed this stern elder was the famous Lianyin of the main lineage. On Ye Cheng's own vessel, several of the younger clan members exchanged triumphant looks. If it were only a handful of ordinary elders grumbling, Gushan's talents might carry him through. But to draw the ire of His Highness Ye Cheng, the Crown Prince himself, that was another matter entirely. Silence fell like a weight on Gushan. He forced himself to meet Ye Cheng's gaze, but the defiance on his face cracked. In his eyes, this Lianyin was nothing more than a common guidance elder, hardly worth fearing. He straightened his robe, his voice cool and measured. "What exactly do you intend, elder? Are you about to intervene in our match among the younger generation?" Gushan's question held a challenge. After all, his branch clan boasted the legacy of a mighty god king. His own grandfather had founded their line. Surely no mere guidance elder could hope to intimidate him. Yes, Ye Cheng struck Gushan like a physical blow. He staggered backward, his face paling. Ye Cheng took a measured step forward, eyes cold. "If this had been an ordinary duel, I might have let it slide," he said quietly. "But you, trash that you are, have no place in the Gu family's main branch. You bear no loyalty to your kin, and once your strength grows, who's to say you won't turn on us and dishonor our ancestors?" With that, he raised a hand and summoned a gentle, healing glow. The injured branch clan children watched in relief as their bruises and cuts mended under its light. "For the sake of our family, I won't kill you. But mark this, when we reach Kangming King City, find a flying boat and return to your branch. You are banished from the main lineage." Without another word, Ye Cheng turned and walked away, his robes swirling around him. Behind him, Gushan ground his teeth, fury sparking in his eyes. "You can't admit me?" Gushan spat into the empty air. "Who do you think you are? A mere guide elder? What authority do you have over me?" He lifted his chin defiantly. "With my talent, I'll rise in the main line regardless. They'll soon see how wrong they were to dismiss me." Moreover, the branch family still had the God King sitting at its helm. Even the main line demanded their respect. Gushan understood this all too well, and with every passing moment his contempt for Ye Cheng's challenge grew. But among the branch's lesser geniuses, the ordinary Gu family disciples, there was unmitigated relief when Ye Cheng spoke. They had long bristled at Gushan's arrogance, yet none dared stand against him. His talent was undeniable, and anyone bold enough to challenge him invariably ended up disgraced, just like the few branch disciples who'd already tried. Now, everything had changed. With His Highness Ye Cheng's ruling, Gushan would never set foot again in the Kangming Gu estate. As the gathered disciples remembered the cruel words Gushan had flung at them, they couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A mere Jian elder? Ha! Even the esteemed ancestor of the Kangming line didn't carry the same authority as His Highness Ye Cheng. "He's getting what he deserves," they thought. "No wonder we were ashamed to be seen beside him." It was pointless to keep prodding Gushan. No one really expected that worthless cousin to break into the main vein, and whether Ye Cheng's warning had done any good would only become clear once they reached Kangming's core territory. For Ye Cheng, Gushan's little stunt was hardly worth dwelling on. Half a day later, their spirit boat glided through the sky boundary wall and into the Qian domain, touching down smoothly at Kangming Royal City. Gu Hong and Gu Jie, both brimming with excitement, immediately divided their duties. Gu Jie took charge of the two youngsters, Yunxi and his sister, seeing to their lodging and provisions. Meanwhile, Gu Hong could scarcely contain himself as he ushered Gu Ye Cheng toward the ancestral hall of the Kangming Gu clan. Inside that venerable chamber lay the family's greatest treasure, an ancient ancestral artifact meant to be awakened only by a sect Tianzun. Though the relic had long since fractured, the Dao rhymes imprinted upon its shards remained astonishingly powerful. Cultivating within its residual space was said to yield twice the normal harvest in half the time, a boon no Gu family scion would ever overlook. Within the jade-lit confines of the ancestral artifact, the emperor-level progenitor of the Kangming Gu clan had attained the pinnacle of cultivation. It was here, in this timeless domain, that he withdrew for his daily training and contemplation. By contrast, the Jianglin branch, where Gu Ye Cheng hailed from, had dwindled over the generations. Its heirs possessed no true legacy, only a handful of tattered techniques passed down as scraps of remembrance. The Kangming line, however, still safeguarded both the legendary Tianyu artifact and this very ancestral realm. Gu Hong's plan was simple. First, introduce Gu Ye Cheng personally to the clan's august ancestor so that his talents might be acknowledged at the source. Next, let that endorsement ripple outward to the senior members of the Gu family. Even the naive scions of Kangming would learn to hold Gu Ye Cheng in proper esteem once they witnessed his prowess. Indeed, both Gu Hong and Gu Jie already regarded him with the utmost respect. Yet upon arriving in the artifact's ethereal courtyard, they did not find the ancestor waiting. Instead, two familiar figures stepped forward from the mist, acquaintances who would set the stage for the trials to come. "Cousin Mei, Cousin Yun, I didn't expect to see you both here." Gu Hong stepped onto the drifting cloud and, following the clan elder's decree, entered the ancestral grounds at once. Awaiting him were the two Kangming Gu elders, Gu Mei and Gu Yun. Both wore golden edicts on their robes, a mark that their cultivation had reached the heavenly king tier, far above Gu Hong and his brother, Gu Jie. As elders in charge of orders, they alone could mete out punishment to wayward clan members. Still, Gu Hong was on friendly terms with them and approached with a bright smile. "Ah, so it's our cousin Hong who has returned," Gu Yun said, inclining his head in greeting. "Weren't you out scouting for promising juniors in the branch? You're back so soon. You must have found an extraordinary talent." "Indeed," Gu Mei added, her eyes drifting curiously to the young man trailing behind Gu Hong. In that instant, her gaze sharpened. He was Gu Ye Cheng, and even at a glance she recognized his extraordinary divine sense cultivation. Handsome, well-built, and with a presence that somehow stirred the emotions of everyone around him, he was exactly the kind of prodigy one would hope to discover. At that moment, Gu Mei caught sight of Gu Ye Cheng's unusually refined bearing, and her eyes instantly brightened. She fluttered her lashes, turned to him with a coquettish smile, and called out, "Little brother, are you the prodigy my cousin discovered? Would you like to acknowledge this elder as your teacher?" Gu Hong, standing just behind Ye Cheng, nearly froze in embarrassment. He stepped forward to shield the boy, pressing Ye Cheng gently behind him, and whispered harshly to Gu Mei, "Cousin Mei, mind your manners. Don't be insolent in front of His Highness." "Mind my manners? Insolent?" Gu Mei echoed, blinking in astonishment. Beside her, Gu Yun glanced between Gu Hong and Ye Cheng with growing curiosity. What sort of junior had Gu Hong brought along to earn such obeisance? Gu Yun's brow creased as he considered the newcomer. Though Ye Cheng's cultivation aura was deliberately restrained, Gu Yun's special constitution and acute insight told him two things. Ye Cheng was genuinely young, no immortal cloaking his true centuries-old body in a youthful guise, and there was far more to this boy than met the eye. A flicker of concern passed through Gu Yun's gaze. If Gu Hong couldn't discern Ye Cheng's true strength, what might they be getting themselves into? Gu Ye Cheng had stumbled across a prodigy almost by accident, and now the boy's champions, Gu Hong and Gu Jie, were dragging him before the family's ancestor in the royal ancestral grounds. Gu Yun had caught sight of them just as they passed the city gates and rushed forward, but by the time he arrived, it was too late. All he could do was hope that this so-called Eternal Highness really did possess genuine talent. Beside him, Gu Mei bristled at her cousin Gu Hong's derisive tone, but she knew better than to speak out. This was no ordinary gathering. The family's honor was on the line. She fell in step with Gu Yun, determined to see her two boastful cousins taken down a notch, if only for her own amusement. Ancestor! At the summons, the three elders, Gu Hong, Gu Jie, and Gu Yun, stepped forward together, inclining their heads in unison toward the empty air. In the next instant, the very currents of spiritual energy in the ancestral hall began to stir. A deep hum resonated through the chamber as a figure materialized, slowly lowering onto a throne forged from swirling power. Hovering above the courtyard floor, he surveyed the three younger Gus with an imperial aura that pressed upon them like a weight. This was the honored ancestor of the Kangming-gu clan, a being whose mastery rivaled that of any emperor in the world. And with his arrival, the fate of Ye Cheng's trial was about to be decided. Three elders knelt and bowed in unison before the Kangming patriarch. Only Ye Cheng remained standing, his gaze fixed on the ancestral blade that hovered between them. He showed no sign of reverence, merely studied the weapon with keen interest. The patriarch's brow furrowed in displeasure. Beside him, Gu Mei and Gu Yun exchanged alarmed glances. Gu Yun leaned forward, voice low and sharp. "Boy, you see the ancestor right there. Why haven't you bowed? Stop staring and show some respect." Ye Cheng gave a slight shake of his head, but remained unmoved. Gu Hong's face went ashen. He began to rise, ready to defend the boy's insolence, when Ye Cheng quietly raised a hand. "Elder Hong, there's no need," he said, his tone calm. "Sometimes action speaks more loudly than 1,000 words." With that, Ye Cheng lifted his chin, offering the Kangming patriarch a faint, confident smile. Then, before Gu Yun and Gu Mei could react, he stepped forward and upwards. In a single fluid motion, he ascended into the air, moving so swiftly that in the next instant he hovered directly before the patriarch's throne, closer than etiquette would ever allow. The two women stared, jaws agape, as Ye Cheng stood poised and unbowed before the most revered figure of their clan. "Could you please provide the full chapter text? I'll then rewrite it into coherent, idiomatic English, renaming the protagonist to Ye Cheng and ensuring he's clearly male, while preserving all essential plot points and details." Chapter 108. The sudden turn of events left Gu Yun and Gu Mei frozen in place, uncertain how to react. Not even the venerable Kangming patriarch had expected Ye Cheng to strike first. Despite his surprise, the patriarch's imperial might was undeniable. No sooner had Ye Cheng flicked his palm forward than Kangming patriarch swept out a hand to intercept. A thunderous crack split the air. Before the patriarch could finish a single word of protest, Ye Cheng's palm drove into his guard with overwhelming force. The impact detonated like an explosion, cutting off whatever response was left unspoken. The patriarch was blasted away, hurtling through the sky for thousands of meters before smashing into a distant peak. Blood spattered across the rocks as he struggled to right himself, pain radiating through every inch of his body. He lifted his head and stared at Ye Cheng with eyes as wide and unblinking as if he'd seen a ghost. Beside him, Gu Yun and Gu Mei were equally shocked. To witness this great emperor-level cultivator carried off in a single strike by a young man who looked barely 25 was beyond belief. Gu Mei's jaw hung open. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have sworn it was a fairy tale. Gu Yun, standing at her side, was just as stunned, his mind racing to process the impossible display of power. Patriarch Kangming stared at Ye Cheng, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though his shock might spill right out of his sockets. Yet no one else present felt a stronger jolt than he did. Suddenly, Kangming sensed a tumult of spiritual energy welling up in his dantian. He struggled to calm it, fear etched into every line of his face. Ye Cheng inclined his head slightly, regarding the patriarch coolly. "Your power is impressive," he said. "Your spiritual energy is remarkably concentrated. It's rare to see such refinement without the aid of forbidden alchemical substances. You." Patriarch Kangming found himself at a loss for words. The Gu family's elder, the clan's highest authority, stood just behind him, equally stunned. Before he could speak, Gu Hong rushed forward. "Great ancestor," he blurted out. "This is Ye Cheng, the young master of our Jianglin branch." As Gu Hong hurriedly explained Ye Cheng's identity and background, the elder's expression grew graver by the moment. Beside him, Gu Yun and Gu Mei shared looks of amazement. "Kill the Heaven Sovereign. Crush the God Emperor. Have the very disciples of the God Emperor rallied to his defense? The implications were staggering. Amid the charged silence, Ye Cheng met the elder's gaze with unflinching calm, as if daring anyone to challenge the truth of his words and the hidden depths of his power. Patriarch Kangming could hardly believe what he was hearing. It sounded like a legend. Not long ago, he'd been in the depths of despair, senselessly beaten to a pulp by that boy Gu Hong had brought along. Yet in an instant, every lingering grievance vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement. After all, they were merely emperors. The gulf separating them from the power needed to resurrect the Gu clan had always seemed insurmountable. Hope had all but evaporated, until now. Because here stood Ye Cheng. At the mere thought of Ye Cheng's return, Patriarch Kangming dared to believe he might witness the Gu family's revival before his final breath. His heart thundered as he watched the young man remain perfectly composed. With a calm gesture, Ye Cheng produced a single pill from the folds of his sleeve and tossed it across the chamber. The orb was a soft, translucent red, etched with a vibrant, swirling pattern. Even before it landed, a quiet pulse of condensed spiritual energy radiated from it, drawing every eye in the hall. This miraculous pill had been one of Ye Cheng's spoils from the destruction of Daluo Palace, an item he regarded as little more than pocket change. But to Patriarch Kangming and the assembled elders, it was proof that the tides of fate had finally turned in the Gu family's favor. Ye Cheng held nearly 1,000 pills in his palm, far more than the handful Patriarch Kangming and the others could ever hope to possess. He caught Kangming's eye and spoke with quiet authority. "This is the Heavenly Saint Yuanhuang pill. It will help you stabilize your realm and push you one step closer to transcendence. Take it." At the name Heavenly Saint Yuanhuang pill, the Kangming patriarch froze. His heart pounded as he stepped forward, cradling the elixir between both trembling hands. He studied the faint amber glow within the vial, excitement shining in his eyes. Behind him, Gu Mei and Gu Yun exchanged astonished glances. This was a 5th-grade, high-tier precious pill. Items of such rarity were fiercely coveted even by emperors, and they conferred tremendous benefits upon cultivators in the divine emperor realm. To put its value into perspective, one Heavenly Saint Yuanhuang pill was worth nearly everything the Kangming Gu family owned, save for the ancestral artifact itself. Overwhelmed, the patriarch bowed deeply to Ye Cheng. "Your Highness, thank you for this incomparable gift." As he rose, the last trace of hesitation vanished from his expression. In that moment, any lingering doubts about Ye Cheng's generosity or power were swept away. Ye Cheng's display of power just now, casually producing such a priceless pill, only underscored the depth of his cultivation. How could the Kangming clan's ancestor find any fault with a kinsman so formidable? Had he not feared that offering Ye Cheng the clan's leadership outright would embarrass his highness, he would have done so without hesitation. Still, even if unspoken, the ancestor had a plan. "Make the announcement immediately," the ancestor ordered, his eyes sweeping over Gu Mei, Gu Yun, and the others. "Summon every clan leader and senior official. I have urgent matters to declare concerning His Highness Ye Cheng." Gu Mei, Gu Yun, and their companions bowed, fully understanding the import of the command. They turned and hurried off to relay it. But before she left, Gu Mei paused at the edge of the hall. She trembled, then knelt once more before Ye Cheng. With her head bowed low, she managed, "Your Highness, I was blind to your true strength. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please forgive me." Gu Mei's voice trembled as she bowed her head. Ye Cheng waved a hand dismissively. "It's all right. Ignorance isn't a crime. Now go on with your duties." Relief washed over Gu Mei's features. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Highness," she exclaimed, then hurried to find Gu Yun and Gu Hong and relay the prince's pardon. The three of them buzzed with excitement. Ye Cheng had arrived, and not just any prince, but one whose strength rivaled a divine emperor's, undefeated within his own realm. Such a prodigy, joining the Gu family, would be a source of immense pride. Over the next few days, Gu Hong and the others made their rounds through every branch household, ensuring every elder knew of Ye Cheng's arrival. They returned in dribs and drabs, each bearer of the same urgent message. The clan ancestor had called a grand council of all senior leaders. Meanwhile, Kangming King City throbbed with newfound energy. Elite youths and promising talents, summoned by the elders, filled its streets and halls. The city felt alive as never before, proof that something extraordinary was about to unfold under the Gu family's roof. As the head of the Kangming Gu clan, Gu Wanli had never been busier. Now that the prodigies from the branch families had returned, he was forced to overhaul the clan's resource allocation plan for the younger generation. After a brief rest, every genius, whether from the main line or a subsidiary branch, would enter the ancestral land to face a series of rigorous trials. Their performance there would determine exactly how the clan would invest in their future cultivation. In the Kangming Gu clan, one's lineage counted for little. Talent and character were everything. The stronger an individual's innate gift and the purer their moral fiber, the greater the resources dedicated to Tiu. It sounded simple on paper, but enforcing such a meritocratic system fairly required meticulous attention to every last detail. Fortunately, Gu Wanli was no novice. He had led the clan for years and knew exactly how to navigate its politics and protocols. Assisting him were several god kings, each bearing a golden seal, ready to carry out his orders. Even the king elders, vested with the authority to punish any seal elder who overstepped, stood firmly behind him. With such seasoned veterans supporting his efforts, Gu Wanli was confident the revised training program would run smoothly and justly for every young talent in the clan. Just as Gu Wanli was catching his breath after finishing his last assignment, a summons from the family patriarch arrived. "Everyone's to attend the meeting at once," the message read. "The ancestor has something important to announce." Gu Wanli frowned at the notice. He wasn't the only one surprised. So were the other elders. If the ancestor only wanted to address the family's upcoming talent examinations, such a grand assembly would hardly be necessary. "He personally requested our presence," Gu Wanli reported, still puzzled at the urgency. Without another word, he gathered a handful of God King rank elders and raced to the ancestral hall. They arrived to find a sea of robes filling the chamber. Nearly every senior member of the Kangming Gu family had already taken their place. Gu Wanli's eyes widened. "Good heavens," he whispered to his companions. "What monumental announcement could the ancestor possibly have?" Chapter 109. Hundreds of clan members had assembled in the Kangming Gu family's ancestral realm. There were the high elders bearing the family's seals and edicts, the ordinary elders who had only reached the Xuanwang rank, and even worshippers from allied sects. All of them recalled at once. Those stationed beyond Kangming King City had likewise cut short their duties and returned. Among the crowd, Gu Wanli noted several rising young talents from the main branch, each among the top 5 of their generation. Leading them was his daughter, whose prowess and cultivation ranked second only to eldest elder's grandson, Gu Nishang. As Gu Wanli drew near, Gu Nishang pressed forward, his steps quick with curiosity. "Father, what's going on? A summons this grand. Uncles who normally only visit for year-end rituals have all hurried back." Gu Wanli shook his head, concern flickering in his eyes. "I don't know. The order came straight from our ancestors themselves." The ancestral hall was tense with expectation. The elders, already gathered for some time, stepped aside as the clan leader arrived and pressed Gu Wanli for news of the missing ancestor. Gu Wanli managed only a rueful smile and a respectful bow, shaking his head. He still knew nothing. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the senior members of the Gu family, but their questions were cut short by a sudden explosion of power. Boom! Lightning crackled from the ground in the heart of the ancestral space, and a deafening roar of spiritual energy followed. It arced upward in a spectacle of light, forging a gleaming rainbow bridge that spanned heaven and earth. One end of the bridge dove into the domain's deepest sanctum, where spiritual power was at its purest, and the other settled gracefully upon the high platform before the assembled elders. A voice rang out, "We welcome the arrival of our honored ancestor." At once, Gu Wanli dropped to one knee. The senior clan members and the promising young disciples behind him mirrored his movement, all bowing in unison. From the far end of the rainbow bridge emerged a towering figure, Ancestor Kangming himself. As he stepped onto the platform, his gaze swept over the gathered faces. Then, with a slight nod, he spoke in a voice both calm and commanding. "Rise." Everyone stood up in surprise, and it was then they noticed another figure beside Elder Kangming, Ye Cheng. Apart from Gu Jie, Gu Hong, and Gu Ying, no one recognized him. To everyone's astonishment, he strolled up to the main seat and took his place alongside the venerable ancestor. Murmurs rippled through the assembled family heads. "Who is that young man?" someone whispered. "I thought the ancestor only accepted senior disciples," another replied. "Could he be one of the new talents the branches recommended this time?" "That hardly explains it," a third scoffed. "Usually disciples wait in line. Surely they wouldn't be granted such an honored position right away." Heads turned and eyebrows rose. "Then who is he?" A more cynical voice chimed in. "Maybe he's the old ancestor's illegitimate son, born of some dalliance in his youth. If so, that would explain the special favor." The guesses grew wilder, each one more presumptuous than the last, as the family leaders leaned forward, eager to learn the truth of Ye Cheng's surprising presence. Elder Kangming's sharp cough cut through the chatter, and in an instant, Gu Nishang and the others fell silent, their heads bowing in deference. Yet Nishang couldn't stop staring at the young man standing beside the patriarch on the raised platform. Whether he was truly the ancestor's illegitimate son mattered little. His striking features were impossible to ignore. The very idea of having such a handsome cousin filled her with excitement. Before she could dwell on it any longer, Patriarch Kangming rose from his seat. With deliberate solemnity, he extended a respectful hand toward Ye Cheng, formerly mistranslated as Gu Changqing, and, to the astonishment of everyone present, guided him into the central seat of honor. Gasps erupted through the hall. Gu Wanli and the other senior clan members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe that a boy no older than their own children had been invited to occupy the main seat by the venerable ancestor himself. A hush fell as murmurs rippled across the assembly. What is going on?" someone whispered. But Patriarch Kangming's serene expression brooked no questions. Ye Cheng had taken his place, and the entire Gu family would soon learn why. Chapter Text. The ancient Kangming patriarch paid no heed to the stunned murmurs around him. As Ye Cheng rose and took his place on the main seat, the patriarch's voice rang out, deep and commanding. "This is His Highness, Ye Cheng, the young master of the Jianglin lineage of our Gu clan. From this day forward, he will also serve as Grand Elder of the Kangming Gu family." He paused, letting the weight of his announcement settle over the assembly. Then he continued, "Everyone present must show him the utmost respect. Treat him as you would treat me. No, treat him even more deferentially." A wave of shock swept through the hall. His Highness? Grand Elder? What was the venerable ancestor thinking? Faces turned pale with disbelief. Seeing their confusion, Patriarch Kangming raised a hand for silence. "His Highness Ye Cheng's strength surpasses even mine," he declared proudly. "That is precisely why I have chosen him to be our Grand Elder." A collective gasp erupted. Senior figures like Gu Wanli froze in mid-step. The younger members, including Gu Nishang, could barely believe their ears. Gu Nishang stared at Ye Cheng, barely more than a youth himself, sitting imperiously in the seat of authority. Silence reigned as the full impact of the patriarch's words sank in. The Gu family would never be the same again. Gu Nishang's head spun. This Ye Cheng, who looked no older than she, was actually an emperor? Not just any emperor, but one mightier even than the clan's venerable ancestor Kangming? No, that couldn't be right. Unless Lord Ye Cheng was in fact some ancient 1,000-year-old immortal hiding behind a youthful facade. Before Gu Nishang could collect her scattered thoughts, a fellow female prodigy at her side leaned in and whispered a few reassuring words. Nishang forced herself to calm down until a booming voice rang out across the hall. To prevent any junior members from accidentally insulting Lord Ye Cheng, the clan's elders, led by ancestor Kangming himself, began to lay out the full history of the Gu family of Jianglin. As Kangming spoke, Nishang listened in stunned silence, each new revelation more astonishing than the last. One by one, her companions' eyes widened in disbelief as they realized the truth. Ye Cheng wasn't merely the young master of the Jianglin branch, he was something far more formidable. When the ancestor finally fell silent, Gu Nishang could barely find her voice. She glanced at Ye Cheng, her heart pounding as she whispered, "You say he's just the young master of the Jianglin Gu family, but he can't be that alone, can he?" Early 20s, the same age as us? One junior gasped. Precisely, Elder Kangming replied from the dais. Yet he's already swept through the imperial realm, slain emperors, even the giant god emperor. A mortal who dares defy heaven itself? Another whispered, eyes wide. The juniors exchanged stunned looks. Every boast of their own talent felt hollow now. If they were mere prodigies, then what was Ye Cheng? A fallen star? A deity reborn among men? Their confidence wavered, but Elder Kangming's next words rekindled their hope. Now, you will journey to the ancestral land for a special trial, reserved only for you. He paused, letting the promise hang in the air. And His Highness Ye Cheng has vowed, those who prove themselves worthy will be invited to become his apprentices. Ancestor Kangming surveyed Gu Nishang and the others, young cultivators still reeling from his announcement, and silently conveyed, "You know what I expect." Their eyes burned with determination, so fierce it felt as though the air of the ancestral hall crackled with energy. "Don't worry, Ancestor," they replied in unison, voices ringing with conviction. "We will give everything we have to live up to His Highness Ye Cheng's expectations." Chapter 110. Gu Nishang and the other young disciples stood on the arena floor, crackling with fighting spirit. From his vantage point on the high platform, Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile at their eagerness. Yet his attention was fixed firmly on the senior figures of the Kangming Gu family rather than the novices below. With a single sweep of his spiritual sense, Ye Cheng assessed the clan elders with ease. After all, it had been these very elders who safeguarded the Gu family's ancestral artifacts through decades of decline, and who, by their power, had produced the first new royal realm cultivator since Patriarch Kangming's heyday. From reception branch veterans like Gu Ying, Gu Hong, and Gu Jie, to the more exalted King of Seals and God of Order, each elder's spiritual energy was extraordinarily condensed. Their mastery far surpassed any peers in the same realm, making them invaluable subjects for advanced training. The younger prodigies would face the next trial soon enough, so it was too early to hand out rewards to those greenhorns. But for these mid-level Royal King elders, there was no need to hesitate. Ye Cheng would ensure they received whatever recognition they'd earned. Ye Cheng lifted his hand and produced a jade storage vial. Before setting out for Qianyu, he'd already stocked it with a variety of elixirs. Some were precious treasures from the Daluo Tiangong Palace. Others were conciliatory gifts sent by the Hua family of Lingyu, who had once allied with Daluo Tiangong to harass the Gu clan. And among them lay the very elixirs Ye Cheng himself had painstakingly refined, potent proofs of his alchemical talent, long stifled by a lack of quality ingredients. Now, with these spoils and offerings at his disposal, he could finally put that talent to full use. Ye Cheng set aside a generous portion of the refined pills and entrusted them to his father, Gu Yuan, to distribute among the Jianglin Gu family. By the time he returned, their collective strength would have soared to an entirely new level. The remainder he secured in his own satchel. These elixirs would serve a dual purpose. They would bolster the Kangming branch of the Gu family and firmly establish his authority, and awe-inspiring reputation, as the newly appointed Grand Elder. With that settled, Ye Cheng stowed the jade vial and prepared to embark on the next stage of his journey. As Grand Elder, Ye Cheng knew it paid to show generosity to the younger disciples. In time, their loyalty and service would prove far more useful than any efforts he undertook alone. With that in mind, he lifted his hand and broke the seal of the jade bottle. Instantly, a powerful wave of medicinal fragrance burst forth, flooding the courtyard. The scent was at once invigorating and soothing, like genuine qi surging through the air. Every member of the Gu family present felt their consciousness waver under its influence. Even the mighty Kangming Patriarch, an Emperor Realm cultivator, found his focus slipping. Before anyone could fully recover, the seal snapped open with a resonant buzz. The precious elixir inside, no longer contained, shot skyward in a glowing arc. Anticipating this, Ye Cheng had already formed a precise mental barrier. With a single thought, he trapped the elixir mid-air above the mouth of the bottle, holding it suspended like a pearl caught in time. Hovering there, the silvery liquid pulsed with latent power, ready to descend only at Ye Cheng's command. Silence reigned as all eyes fixed on the illuminated droplets, each one a promise of unparalleled cultivation breakthroughs. All at once, every cultivator of the Gu family froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as the tiny pill bounced within the jade bottle. Even Ancestor Kangming drew a sharp breath, shock lighting his features as he stared at Ye Cheng. Could this really be the 7 mysterious divine flame pill? The pill, no larger than a dragon's eye, hovered above the jade vessel, its surface wrapped in flickering, ethereal flames. Wisps of medicinal gas drifted from it, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy and weaving luminous tendrils of fire around the pill as it danced in midair. A few of the God King-ranked elders closest to Ye Cheng, among them clan head Gu Wanli, couldn't help but inhale a faint trace of those fiery medicinal vapors. Though minuscule, that single wisp immediately condensed their inner spiritual power, noticeably strengthening their cultivation by a full point. Every one of them now knew without a doubt this was the legendary 7 mysterious divine flame pill. Only the top-tier, 4th grade 7 mysterious divine flame pill can produce such an effect, rumored to increase a cultivator's chance of breaking into the Emperor realm by a full 20%. Gu Wanli's voice trembled with excitement. 20%! In a world brimming with King Realm experts, the gulf between King and Emperor was virtually insurmountable. Among millions of King Realm cultivators, perhaps one would eventually ascend. Most stalled at the Heavenly King level, only a handful achieved Divine King. Yet this pill promised to boost that slim opportunity by an unheard of 20%. Such a treasure was priceless to any King Realm powerhouse. Even Patriarch Kangming, already an emperor, could not conceal his eagerness. Although he had long since surpassed the King stage, consuming the 7 mysterious divine flame pill would deepen his spiritual focus and make his next breakthrough beyond the Shuang Emperor threshold all but certain. What? The 7 mysterious divine flame pill? Your Highness Ye Cheng, could it really be in our vault? At the Gu family's ancestral hall, the clan head's voice boomed, echoing against the marble columns. Dozens of elder cultivators froze in their tracks. Everyone present knew the legend of the 7 mysterious divine flame pill, a treasure so rare that even God-King-level sects or newly anointed emperor-grade houses like the Kangming Gu could, at best, pool all their resources and secure only a handful of them. A hush fell over the assembly, until the soft, distant timbre of the Kangming progenitor rippled through their minds. No, Wanli, the ancient voice murmured. Look more closely. Gu Wanli and the other elders exchanged startled glances before shifting their divine senses to the jade bottle cradling the pill. Their eyes narrowed to pinpricks as they probed the aura within. That flame, it's not ordinary medicinal fire, one master whispered, breathless. Beneath the bottle's translucent surface, the 7 mysterious divine flame pill hovered at the center of dancing spirit flames, each flicker dazzlingly bright, yet somehow masking a profound secret. The clan's foremost experts recoiled as they sensed layers of suppressed power woven into the pill's very core. No ordinary pill, indeed. The air around them crackled with anticipation, and with the unspoken knowledge that what lay before them could reshape the balance of power across the entire cultivation world. As soon as Gu Wanli and the others focused their spiritual senses on the 7 mysterious divine flame pill in Ye Cheng's hand, they realized just how extraordinary it was. Beneath the flickering spiritual light, faint pill runes shone on its surface, 6 concentric seals in all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seals. Gu Wanli gasped. A 6 Danwen pill. In the pill refining world, the more seals Danwen a pill bears, the more potent it becomes. With each additional seal, its medicinal power rises dramatically. A 6 Danwen grade is virtually unheard of. It concentrates the strength of nearly 10 ordinary 7 mysterious divine flame pills into a single dose. Since one standard divine flame pill can boost a King Realm cultivator's chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm by 20%, this one small orb could amplify that probability almost twofold. Such a treasure was beyond priceless. Even a single of these pills could alter the fate of any King Realm practitioner, and here in Ye Cheng's hand lay the equivalent power of 10 times the medicinal potency. I won't claim it guarantees a full enhancement, but anyone who takes it should see at least a 50% increase in their chances of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Gu Wanli and the others stared, spellbound, at the 7 Mysteries Divine Flame Pills, each stamped with the 6-Dan pattern, hovering inside the jade bottle. For a fleeting moment, even Elder Kangming, their illustrious patriarch, grew uncharacteristically restless. He drew in slow, measured breaths, wrestling with the urge to snatch the precious pills before his juniors could. It wasn't a matter of pride. Elder Kangming's status as a powerhouse was beyond question, but the divine flames imbued in those pills were irresistible. Just as the old man struggled to contain himself, Ye Cheng let out a knowing smile and lifted his hand. Whoosh! To the astonishment of Gu Wanli, Elder Kangming, and all the onlookers, the pills within the jade bottle began to drift upward, forming a gentle cascade of fiery motes, each one glowing like a bottled star on the verge of igniting. Over 100 6-Dan pattern 7 mysterious divine flame pills burst from the jade vial in Ye Cheng's hand, scattering across the hall and landing neatly before each member of the Gu family council. Even Grand Patriarch Kangming found a pill at his feet. "Everyone, please accept one," Ye Cheng said in a steady voice, offering the vial with a polite nod. "A gift from your new Grand Elder." Silence reigned as the elders stared at the glowing pills, each a priceless treasure in their own right. Yet Ye Cheng's calm smile only deepened their astonishment. They had no inkling that, before leaving Zhonglin, he had secretly devoted every spare hour to refining an even more powerful batch of 9-Dan-patterned 7 mysterious divine flame pills for Zhonglin's father, the local elders, and the junior clan members back home. With those in their possession, all they would need was diligent cultivation to break into the imperial realm in surprisingly short order. Leaning back, Ye Cheng allowed his gaze to drift across the assembly. His eyes paused on Gu Nishang and the other promising youths aligned with Patriarch Kangming. A spark of expectation glinted in his expression. The true scope of his generosity and the promise of greater heights to come had only just begun to unfold. Ye Cheng watched the small vial glow in his hand and allowed himself a faint smile. The 7 mysterious divine flame pill was as potent as rumors claimed, but even so, an elixir of this grade could only pave the way to the imperial realm. To break past the emperor tier by pill alone, one would need a 6th or 7th grade refinement, an elixir on par with the venerable or emperor realms themselves. Beyond that, advancement had to come from innate talent. He frowned, musing over the rising generation in Zhonglin's territory. Their prospects seemed slim. "I'll have to hope that at the next ancestral land trial, we uncover a handful of truly outstanding youths worthy of cultivation." In the main hall, the Gu family's senior elders stood respectfully, each clutching one of the 7 miraculous gifts Ye Cheng had distributed. Patriarch Kangming, who held the divine flame pill, could barely contain his excitement. He and the others stepped back, aligned themselves in perfect formation, and, under the patriarch's lead, offered a deep, unified bow. "Your Highness, we are profoundly grateful for the divine flame pill." Ye Cheng raised a hand, forestalling further ceremony. "Spare me the honors," he said quietly. "Use it well." With that, he turned his gaze back to Patriarch Kangming, ready to discuss their next move. Patriarch Kangming cleared his throat and turned to Gu Wanli. "Wanli, it's time to bring the youngsters over and begin the selection trials." Hearing this, Gu Wanli snapped to attention. Without so much as another glance at the 6-pattern, 7 mysteries divine flame pill still glowing in his palm, he slipped it into his storage ring and hurried off to marshal a team of elders. Meanwhile, the rest of the Gu family's senior members followed Patriarch Kangming and Ye Cheng into the heart of the ancestral land, where the trial grounds had been prepared long ago for this very moment. The test site lay hidden in a secluded valley. At its center rose a circular battle platform, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly in the dim light. In front of it, a series of marked plazas formed the waiting area for the young geniuses. Behind them, a set of towering stands had been erected where the elder disciples of the Gu family would sit in judgment. Once they arrived, Patriarch Kangming and Ye Cheng stepped into the air. With a swirl of spiritual energy, they summoned a massive cloud-like throne that floated above the platform's edge. From this vantage point, they would oversee every move of the forthcoming contest. Gu Wanli, his responsibility clear, descended the final steps and positioned himself near the entrance to the waiting area. One by one, the youthful prodigies of both the main and branch lines of the Gu family materialized, each escorted by their appointed mentors. They lined up before the battle stage, eager, anxious, their auras flickering with barely contained power. As the last contender took his place, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Patriarch Kangming's voice echoed across the valley, carrying the weight of ancestral authority. Let the selection trials commence. When the prodigies from the branch families finally joined the mainline geniuses of the Kangming Gu clan, the once eager branch disciples felt the wind go out of their sails. The reason was simple: the gap in cultivation was too great. Among all the branch prodigies, only Gu Qinger, Gu Xier, and Gu Ye Cheng had reached the Calamity Realm or beyond. The others, despite being nearly 25, trailed even further behind. By contrast, every mainline genius, regardless of age, possessed Calamity Realm strength. Walking beside them felt like shouldering a mountain, and the branch heirs could hardly repress the tremor rising in their chests. That tension followed them into the testing arena until the robed elder stationed at the entrance recited the challenge's rules. Only then did their expressions settle, fear giving way to resolve. On the central platform stood a young man whose presence alone demanded attention. He was exceptionally handsome and built like carved jade, muscular yet perfectly proportioned. From his stance flowed an oppressive gravity, as unyielding as a mountain peak. And yet, his very form seemed ephemeral, like a shadow poised to dissolve into thin air at any moment. It really was just an illusion. A calm, resonant voice echoed through the ancestral hall. This projection represents one of the greatest geniuses in our family's history, recreated by the ancestral artifact in the family's sanctum. His name is Gu Tiansheng. Among you younger disciples, he's better known by his honorific, the Venerable Tiansheng. In only a century and a half of cultivation, he reached the absolute pinnacle of the Venerable realm and became one of the founding ancestors of the Gu lineage. In the next test, each of you will ascend the battle platform to face his phantom in one-on-one combat. The ancestral grounds have embedded a spirit advancement formation beneath the stage. It will elevate or suppress both your power and the Venerable's projection to the true spirit realm. In other words, cultivation rank won't influence the outcome. A ripple of relief swept through the branch disciples. Those who'd been fretting over their lower cultivation levels replaced instantly by fierce determination. Even the main branch prodigies felt a spark of excitement. This would be the true test of their mettle. The disciples of the main branch had been groomed from childhood, lavished with resources until they grew up believing themselves untouchable. So when they learned they would be matched against one of the greatest prodigies in Gu family history, their competitive blood immediately boiled. To them, this duel was less a fight and an opportunity to prove their worth before the clan's elders. Among the contenders, Gu Nishang and a few other star disciples were the most impatient. They alone knew a secret the rest did not. In addition to their ancestral patrons, Supreme Elder Gu Ye Cheng was watching the contest in disguise. Defeat the projection of the Heavenly Saint Venerable, and they would inevitably earn Elder Ye Cheng's favor. As Gu Nishang and his friends exchanged excited glances, their eyes flicked down to the junior practitioners waiting in the pavilion. The young hopefuls trembled with equal parts fear and excitement. Far above them, the elders on the high platform exchanged wry smiles and quietly shook their heads at the brimming ambitions of youth. Elder Wu's eyes swept over the young cultivators assembled before him. Do any of you truly believe that simply sharing the same realm as the Saint Venerable guarantees victory? That this contest is your chance to prove your worth, to treat the Heavenly Saint as nothing more than a training dummy? A few of the novices smirked and exchanged overconfident glances. They had no idea just how formidable a projection from the Heavenly Saint could be, but the elders remembered all too well. Not long ago, those same elders had each held the rank of Gu family elder and risen to the king realm. They were once celebrated as the brightest talents of the Kangming Gu clan, every one of them having passed the trial of the ancestral land. Yet, on that very stage, brimming with supreme confidence, they had all been utterly overwhelmed by the Saint Venerable's projection. In fact, merely surviving a handful of exchanges against that formidable image was regarded as proof of extraordinary potential. With that in mind, the elder who had just read the rules, a veteran cultivator, cleared his throat and offered a gentle admonition. Do not be so careless. Show proper respect to the heavenly Saint Venerable and to our ancestors. A hush fell over the young contenders. Among them, Ye Cheng straightened his shoulders, his resolve hardening. He would not make the same mistakes as those who'd come before him. Gu Nishang and the other young prodigies stared at one another in disbelief. The senior elder before them waved a hand, as if brushing aside their doubt. Don't think I'm exaggerating. In my youth, I only managed 3 moves against the heavenly Saint Venerable. 3 moves? Ye Cheng and the rest were speechless. After all, this elder wasn't some run-of-the-mill Xuanwang mystic like the Jiying clan's petty elders. He was a full Tianwang realm powerhouse, a golden order bearer with the authority to discipline every wayward child in the clan. And yet he'd only exchanged 3 strikes with the heavenly Saint Venerable? The elder glanced at their stunned expressions and pressed on, his voice calm but firm. And I'm far from alone in that. Back then, even the clan leader managed only 13 moves, just 10 more than I did, before the heavenly Saint Venerable sent him sprawling.
Ha!
A ripple of laughter swept through the gathered youths. Gu Nishang and the other top lineage geniuses, each of whom had set their sights on ascending to the Emperor realm, or better yet the God King realm, couldn't help but scoff. A cautionary tale about a Tianwang elder hardly seemed enough to deter their ambitions. Now that clan leader Gu Wanli has stepped into the arena, the mood has shifted entirely. Father only held out for 13 moves back then? Gu Nishang and the other juniors exchanged incredulous looks. They'd been told that the heavenly Saint Venerable had dispatched their clan leader in only 13 exchanges. Surely Gu Wanli would be low on pride, even embarrassed. But instead of shrinking under their stares, Gu Wanli folded his arms and beamed with pride. A spark of excitement lit his eyes, as though surviving 13 onslaughts was something glorious. What's the matter? You don't believe it? He glanced around at the stunned faces, then waved dismissively. If you doubt me, step up and try it yourselves. Only then will you understand the heavenly Saint Venerable's true power. He tapped the lectern. By the way, the rules haven't been announced yet, so let me spell them out. This test measures how many consecutive moves you can withstand against the heavenly Saint Venerable's projected techniques. The longer you last, the higher your rank. Simple as that. A hush fell over the crowd as the gravity of the challenge settled in. One by one, hopeful candidates stepped forward, eager to prove their mettle, yet trembling at the thought of facing such overwhelming power. And all the while, clan leader Gu Wanli watched with that self-satisfied grin, daring anyone to best his old record. Furthermore, Gu Wanli announced from the edge of the dais, his voice carrying across the arena, the heavenly Saint Venerable's killing power grows with every successive strike. It's far more than a 1 or 2 hit display. He climbed the raised platform, arms folded, as though he couldn't wait to witness the spectacle himself. Below him, the Gu family's top young talents, each once eager to prove himself, fell silent. As the elders' introductions echoed through the hall, every would-be challenger hesitated. Their confident postures slackened, apprehension flickering in their eyes. Not one stepped forward. A tense stillness settled, until a clear, fearless voice pierced the hush. Is it really that formidable? Very well, let me have a go. Heads snapped toward the sound. A delicate boy, no older than 7 or 8, vaulted onto the stage, drawing all eyes in an instant. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Who let that child up there? Someone hissed. He's far too young to be meddling in a test of the heavenly Saint Venerable. Gu Wanli's lips curved into a half-smile as he regarded the intruder. The boy stood firm under the glaring torches, dark eyes blazing with determination. Well then, Gu Wanli said, voice tinged with amusement, since you insist, young Ye Cheng, is it? The boy, Ye Cheng, nodded once, then squared his shoulders. The arena held its breath. At that moment, it was clear. No one expected this child to survive the first move. But neither did anyone doubt he wouldn't try with every ounce of his courage. Chapter 111. All eyes turned to the battle ring, where a slight figure stood alone, Ye Cheng. Despite his tender age, his small frame was coiled with tension, and his dark eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of sympathy, however, his appearance drew scornful laughter from the assembled geniuses below. "Where did this kid come from? Has he lost his mind?" one competitor jeered. "Little brother," another called out mockingly, "this isn't a playground. Where are your parents to watch over you?" "Right. Blades don't care how small you are. If something goes wrong, it'll be too late to cry for help." The crowd's jeers echoed through the arena, though a few more considerate spectators murmured warnings on Ye Cheng's behalf. Even the elders perched high on the platform, including Patriarch Gu Wanli, exchanged bewildered looks. Technically, there was no minimum age for this selection trial. As long as you were a qualified genius of the Gu clan's main branch, you could step into the ring. And the Heavenly Saint Venerable's power would automatically adjust to match any challenger. Still, everyone agreed it was absurd to see such a child take the stage. But the trial had already begun, and Ye Cheng stood his ground. No amount of protest from the sidelines would change that. Silently, Gu Wanli shook his head, committing the moment to memory and readying himself for whatever came next. After the test ended, one of the elders cleared his throat. "We need to establish a rule. From now on, there has to be a minimum age for the clan's genius trials." Around the ring, murmurs of agreement rose. Gu Wanli, Gu Hong, and Gu Jie exchanged knowing smiles as they watched Ye Cheng standing alone in the center. Unlike the other elders, who had little idea of the boy's true potential, these three fully understood his heritage. Ye Cheng was the direct descendant of their most illustrious ancestor, and they had every confidence in his abilities. On the elevated platforms, a few senior disciples poked fun at the young genius, casting amused glances downward. But Gu Wanli, Gu Hong, and Gu Jie merely leaned forward, eyes bright with anticipation. They were certain that Ye Cheng's next move would be nothing short of spectacular. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, Ye Cheng sprang into action. His usually calm expression had hardened, and a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. Even a clay statue would seem enraged by that intensity, let alone a living prodigy like him. Ye Cheng bristled inwardly. Nobody here was openly mocking him. Most found the whole thing amusing, but he couldn't shake the humiliation of being looked down on just because he was small. So what if he was young? Age didn't define strength. "Break it for me," he demanded. In a flash, he sprinted across the vast arena as if launched from a bow, closing the distance to the Heavenly Saint Venerable's holographic projection. He raised his fist. Small, yes, but wreathed in roaring flames that licked at the air, and drove it down with all his might. Crack! The illusionary saint reacted instantly, slamming a flaming palm downward to meet Ye Cheng's punch. The impact rang out like iron striking steel, sending sparks showering through the projection's fiery aura. Then, to the stunned silence of the crowd, the figure of the Heavenly Saint Venerable reeled backward 10 paces before finally catching itself. They actually knocked the projection back. Someone gasped. "Impossible," another whispered. But there it was. The saint's own image had been overpowered by a boy no taller than a child. Before anyone could recover from the shock of that first blow, Ye Cheng had already leapt forward in pursuit. He raised his fist and unleashed 2 crushing strikes in swift succession. Bang! Bang! Each impact echoing like thunder through the arena. Under the awestruck gazes of the spectators, the Heavenly Saint projection on stage trembled once, then dissolved into nothingness. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Faces froze in disbelief until Ye Cheng casually hopped down from the stage and thus truded back to his seat, a self-satisfied grin playing on his lips. Who's looking down on whom now? Both the rising talents of the Tianjiao generation and the Gu family's senior members watched in bafflement. The young challengers exchanged uneasy glances before turning to the elder who had announced the rules. Could the ancestral land projection really possess such overwhelming power? No one could believe it. Such a small boy had shattered the projection with just 3 punches. Gu Wanli and the other elders of the Gu clan, men who knew full well the might of Venerable Gu Tiansheng's projection, could not remain seated. They bolted upright, staring at Ye Cheng as if he were a specter. Could it be that the ancestral land's projection array ran short of spirit stones? one murmured. Insufficient to condense the Tiansheng Venerable's full likeness? That can't be. I've never heard of such a thing. Elder Tianwang, the official tasked with reading the rules, fidgeted at the podium. His lips moved soundlessly as his eyes flicked between Ye Cheng and the empty stage, doubt etched on his face. Then, almost at once, his uncertainty was laid to rest. Swish! As Ye Cheng stepped aside, another child, no other than Gu Yunxi, sprang onto the arena floor, and at the very same moment, at the far end of the stage, the projection of Gu Tiansheng reformed in blazing detail. A roar went up from the crowd. The entire ancestral land was alive with excitement once more. A murmur ran through the spectators. Another youngster stepping forward? Do you think she really intends to shatter the Tiansheng Venerable's projection in just 3 moves, like the last contender? A tense hush settled over the assembled geniuses as they turned their curious gazes toward Gu Yunxi. Even Gu Wanli and the other senior clan members watched the stage with rapt attention, unwilling to underestimate or be taken off guard by this untested challenger. Yet before anyone could discern the strength behind her stance or anticipate the form of her attack, the duel was already decided. It ended in far less time than Gu Qingchen's 3-punch victory had taken. From the moment Gu Yunxi stepped onto the platform to the instant the projection shattered, only a single move passed between them. A bolt of violet lightning, like a jeweled dragon plummeting from the storm clouds, streaked across the 1,000-foot stage. It struck with such blinding speed and force that Gu Tiansheng's spectral form exploded into fragments, scattering like stardust. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the lightning bolt recoiled, returning to its source on the stage, and the contest was over. Gu Yunxi stood alone in the silence that followed, victorious in a single breathtaking strike. Chapter 112. A single thud punctuated the heavy silence, like a heartbeat echoing through an empty hall. All at once, the Gu family's elders seemed to exhale together, their gulping breaths unnervingly loud. In the observation gallery, the gathered prodigies shifted in their seats, eyes flicking toward the officiating elder, as though he'd just broken some unspoken rule. Sensing the mounting scrutiny, Elder Tianwang swallowed hard and risked a glance at Gu Wanli, the family's chief disciple. His voice trembled ever so slightly as he spoke. Perhaps there's something wrong with the ancestral artifact? Gu Wanli, still recovering from the shock of the moment, frowned in confusion. What do you mean? From their place on the benches, 2 young geniuses, Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunxi, snorted in derision. They exchanged scornful looks. Did they really just say that? Gu Yunxi whispered. It's nothing but a venerable's projection. If our cultivation is strong enough, of course we'll win. Gu Qingchen added, jumping straight to blaming the artifact. Do they think we're incompetent? Their hushed complaints rippled through the waiting prodigies. Mutual glances passed among them, disbelief mirrored in every pair of eyes. Had they really just heard that? The question hung in the air, charged with anticipation and a growing impatience to see the contest begin. Gu Wanli's brow furrowed as he watched the 2 youths stride onto the stage. A mere projection of a venerable, and they claim to be second only to the great masters? He muttered under his breath. He caught Yunxi and her brother exchanging scornful looks. What branch did these brats run off from? They've never even seen a true venerable, and here they are, spouting nonsense. But Gu Wanli paid their complaints little heed. With a curt motion, he called for another prodigy of the main vein to step forward. He wanted to see if their ancestral artifact was truly at fault, or if it was the challengers who were pulling off miracles. The new contender was no slouch. Ranked among the top 30 younger generation disciples of the main vein, his reputation for raw power and talent was solid, if not quite in the same league as Gu Nishang or the legendary Gu Ye Cheng. The half-confident smile on the young man's face betrayed how seriously he took this test. After all, he'd just seen those 2 kids knock aside projections of heavenly saints, as though they were nothing. Surely he could do better. He entered the arena with a swagger, arms swinging, eyes daring the projection to attack. For a heartbeat, the courtyard fell silent. Then, with a thunderous crack that echoed off the stone walls, the illusion of the heavenly saint struck. In an instant, the prodigy was hurled out of the ring as if he'd been weightless. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the floor. He'd scarcely withstood a single blow. Gasps rang through the crowd. He couldn't even take one strike? That was Gu Nange, someone whispered in shock. Even those who had come to mock now found themselves at a loss for words. The projection hovered unmoving in the center of the arena, and the so-called powerhouse of the main vein lay sprawled on the stones, utterly defeated. No one doubted it now. There was something uncanny about Ye Cheng's ancestral artifact, something that could make the strongest disciples look like children. With his power, there's no way even the Heavenly Saint Patriarch's projection, so fearsome as it is, couldn't withstand a single strike, right? The assembled prodigies exchanged uneasy glances. Around them, the elders and high-ranking officials showed no surprise at the outcome. Yet this result confirmed one undeniable fact. The projection array is functioning perfectly. The Patriarch's projection is still at full combat strength. Gu Wanli and the others drew a sharp breath, their gazes snapping to Ye Cheng and Gu Yunxi standing nearby. Their hearts pounded. If the ancestral weapon was without flaw, then these two youngsters truly possessed astonishing power. They had shattered the Patriarch's projection not because of any defect in the array, but simply because they were too strong. Even the Gu family's legendary genius, who once achieved venerable rank in his prime, would have fallen before them. It's inconceivable, absolutely incredible. Gu Wanli could only exhale in awe, his voice quavering with excitement and disbelief. Since their venerable ancestor had broken through to the Emperor realm, the Gu family seemed poised for a grand resurgence. First came the return of the mysterious and formidable heir, Ye Cheng. Now the clan had unearthed two more prodigies whose talents rivaled, even surpassed the house's glory days. In the main hall, Lord Gu Wanli and all the senior members erupted in cheers. At last, the Gu family soars again, they cried. Among the younger generation, excitement crackled like lightning. Although Gu Nange's recent defeat at the hands of Master Tiansheng's projection had reminded them just how dangerous that technique could be, Nange had never been the family's top genius. One loss, they agreed, could not derail their momentum. But as each promising talent strode onto the arena floor, they were struck down in turn, swiftly eliminated by the cold, unerring attacks of Tiansheng's spectral projection. In stunned silence, the Gu family watched their brightest hopes fall one after another, powerless to interfere. The fighting spirit of the Gu clan's young warriors drained away, replaced by stunned disbelief as they finally grasped the true might of the venerable Tiansheng's projection. Even the family's most celebrated prodigy, Ye Cheng, whose renown rivaled that of Gu Nishang, fell in just 16 moves, only marginally outlasting the old record set by Gu Wanli. It's unbelievable, absolutely incredible. Emotion surged through every young man in the Gu family. As they stared at venerable Tiansheng first on the platform and then fading back into mist, any trace of contempt vanished, replaced by awe so deep it bordered on worship. If they had thought themselves loyal to their forebears, their devotion now shifted to two other figures, Gu Yunxi and his sister, Gu Qingchen, who stood in the front row of the waiting area. Despite their reverence for those long gone, it was Yunxi and Qingchen who truly held their rapt attention. No one dared let even the faintest hint of disrespect cross their lips. Before they could recover, a ripple of excited exclamations rose from the opposite side of the arena, drawing every pair of eyes in that direction. They watched as the projection of the Heavenly Saint Venerable materialized on stage, challenged by a lone, extraordinarily skilled young woman. Steel rang against steel in a fierce back-and-forth duel, each move more dazzling than the last. Only on the 23rd exchange did she slip, her foot catching the platform's edge, and with a final strained cry, she was cast off the stage in defeat. A wave of impressed murmurs rippled through the audience. From the junior geniuses to the observing elders, none treated her loss as a failure. Lasting 23 moves against the Heavenly Saint's projection was itself a remarkable accomplishment. The consensus was unanimous. Had two unexpected contestants not arrived, Gu Yunxi's sister and his younger brother, this woman would have stood alone at the top. She was Gu Qingchen, a prodigy Ye Cheng had once met and the only branch member with a 46-star talent rating. As the remaining participants completed their tests, the final rankings solidified. The Ancestral Realm's chamber expanded, admitting a flood of Gu family members eager to glimpse the floating leaderboard. There, at the summit, shone the names they all knew. Gu Yunxi in first place, followed closely by Gu Ye Cheng in second, outcomes none could dispute. Gu Ye Cheng finished the test with a score of 23 moves, earning him third place. Hot on his heels were the Gu siblings. Gu Changying claimed fourth with 16 moves, and his sister, Gu Nishang, took fifth with 15. Sixth place went to Tianjiao Gu Xinmeng, an acquaintance Ye Cheng had befriended aboard the flying boat. Xinmeng, though talented enough to be dubbed a purple fate, had let pride and a misunderstanding drive him to reject Ye Cheng's offer of apprenticeship. Even so, his skill carried him through 13 moves before falling. As for Gu Shan, his performance placed him lower, 10th overall, but his 65-star talent potential ensured he made the cut. He stood there now, chest puffed out with pride, convinced that the patriarch of the Kangming Gu family would surely choose him as a disciple. At that moment, the assembled elders of the Gu clan rose from their seats, ready to select the most promising candidates. Gu Shan's confident smile widened. This, he believed, was his moment to be taken under the patriarch's wing. Gu Wanli finally spoke, but he wasn't addressing Gu Shan. The moment Gu Qingcheng stepped forward, Wanli's gaze locked onto him, eyes alight with expectation. "Qingcheng," he announced confidently, "will you do me the honor of accepting me as your master? From now on, I'll personally oversee your cultivation. If you ever hit a roadblock, I can even bring in the patriarch to help guide you through it." Gu Wanli knew perfectly well that the patriarch and Prince Ye Cheng wouldn't neglect the two standout prodigies, Gu Qingcheng and Gu Yunxi. They'd keep those talents close at hand, ensuring they received the best instruction. That's why Wanli had aimed straight for third-ranked Qingcheng. Although Qingcheng's gifts didn't quite match the other two young geniuses, he still outshone every other disciple in the main branch. At Wanli's proposal, Gu Qingcheng fell silent. Around him, the other promising disciples watched with envious eyes, and the ordinary clansmen, well, they were positively bursting with jealousy. "I wish I could gather all those boys and girls who haven't yet proven strong enough to join this trial and bring them here, so they could learn from Gu Ye Cheng. He's exactly the kind of role model they need. Ancestor Kang Ming is a legendary emperor, but even he can't afford to personally tutor every promising genius in the clan. Since breaking through to emperor rank, he must focus on his own cultivation. At most, he offers extra instruction from time to time to only the very best. Even the foremost saintesses, Gu Changying and Gu Nishang, train daily under Gu Wanli and the other elders, gaining entry into the ancestral realm only occasionally for Ancestor Kangming's direct guidance. And yet, Gu Wanli has just announced that Gu Ye Cheng will receive that same level of privilege, placing him on equal footing with Changying and Nishang, up to the standards of our mainline saints. How could the others not be envious? How could they not be jealous? But Gu Ye Cheng's talent is undeniable. No matter how green with envy they grow, none dare speak against him. They can only look on with longing admiration. Just as everyone braced for Gu Ye Cheng's eager ascent, he surprised them with a quiet shake of his head. His tone was polite, yet unmistakably firm. "I'm truly grateful for the clan leader's kindness," he said, "but my heart already belongs to someone else. I hope you'll understand." Chapter 113. She refused? Someone whispered. I must have misheard. She won't accept the clan leader as her mentor? Has she set her heart on someone else? Could it be the ancestor? A stunned hush fell over the gathered prodigies. Even clan leader Gu Wanli stood frozen, his mind racing. Then, as King Cheng spoke, recognition dawned in his eyes. "Honestly, I've already made up my mind," she said, her voice steady. "I wish to take my instruction from His Highness Ye Cheng. Please forgive my presumption, clan leader." With that, she bowed deeply, every inch the picture of respect. Gu Wanli found himself at a loss for words and could only let out a rueful chuckle. Of course, this was the same Gu Qingcheng who had returned from the ancestral realm alongside Prince Ye Cheng, first-hand witness to his extraordinary power. Compared to His Highness, Gu Wanli's own accomplishments suddenly felt modest. And who could forget Ye Cheng's lavish gift of 107 mysterious divine flame pills to the clan during their journey through the ancestral space? It was no wonder she chose to follow him. Even Gu Wanli, a venerable elder in his own right, had long dreamed of apprenticing under His Highness Gu Ye Cheng. So when clan leader Gu Qingcheng himself knelt and humbly requested to become Ye Cheng's disciple, everyone assumed the answer would be yes. Yet to their astonishment, Ye Cheng quietly declined. I didn't know when I had last heard such a refusal from the man everyone revered. It felt almost unreal. Gu Wanli, Gu Hong, Gu Jie, Gu Ying, and the other senior elders, along with Gu Nishang and Gu Changying, who had witnessed Ye Cheng's extraordinary power firsthand, remained perfectly composed. They exchanged knowing glances, as though the answer had been obvious to them all along. But for the younger prodigies of the Gu family and the ordinary clansmen gathered to observe the Kangming clan's sacred rite, the shock was palpable. His Highness Gu Yecheng refused? He dared to turn down our clan leader? Someone whispered. An elder of that stature, and none of us even knows his true identity, another murmured, eyes wide with disbelief. Before the murmurs could spread further, the ancestral chamber's air shimmered. In the center of the vaulted hall, where ancestral portraits and flickering spirit lamps cast dancing shadows, the translucent forms of Gu Yecheng and the venerable Kangming patriarch materialized, suspended in a soft, ethereal light. The moment they appeared, Gu Wanli and every other elder present dropped to their knees, heads bowed in solemn reverence. Their voices, united and unwavering, echoed through the hall. We pay our respects to the ancestor. All hail His Highness Ye Cheng! At the pronouncement, the patriarch and his council of elders bowed deeply, followed instantly by the clan's younger prodigies and every onlooker gathered for the ceremony. A hush fell over the crowd. Since Patriarch Kangming had broken into the imperial realm, his family had seldom seen him demonstrate such power, and many branch members, not to mention a handful even from the main line, had never laid eyes on an imperial realm expert before. To see him poised atop a drifting sea of clouds inspired an almost reverent awe. Yet as they lowered their heads in salute, a sudden realization swept through the assembly. Lord Ye Cheng is beside the patriarch? On the lofty dais, Gu Ye Cheng sat with composed dignity at the very side of Patriarch Kangming. Whispers of bewilderment rippled through the ranks. Who could possibly merit such equal standing with the clan's revered progenitor? The answer lay in the astonished faces of every observer. This young man, until moments ago unrecognized, must wield extraordinary merit indeed to claim that honored seat. Does Lord Ye Cheng really possess such power and standing? The young heirs of the main branch exchanged astonished glances. Until this moment, aside from a select few like Gu Nishang, none of them had ever even laid eyes on him. Noting their bewilderment, Gu Wanli suppressed a proud smile and swept his hand toward the newcomer. Everyone, allow me to introduce His Highness Gu Ye Cheng, he announced. He is the supreme elder of our entire Gu clan, higher even than the founding ancestor of the Kangming branch. He let that sink in, his voice growing deeper and more resonant. Indeed, Lord Ye Cheng's authority transcends every main line and offshoot alike throughout the clan. His cultivation is so profound that even an emperor-level powerhouse, like the Kangming branch's own progenitor, pales in comparison. As Gu Wanli spoke, some in the audience glanced at each other, their expressions flickering with disbelief. Others restrained whispered doubts, as though trying to fathom how a figure they'd never seen could eclipse all known elders and ancestors. Halfway through his speech, Gu Wanli caught himself. He cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing how it must sound when he exalted his own guest to such heights. With a sheepish cough, he hastily wrapped up his introduction, though the magnitude of his words still hung heavily in the air. Silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then, like a ripple across still water, the hall erupted. Some in excited chatter, others in stunned murmurings. All eyes were fixed on the man known as Lord Gu Ye Cheng, whose very presence had upended every expectation about the true hierarchy of the Gu clan. Patriarch Kangming scowled, meeting Gu Ye Cheng's calm gaze with thinly veiled irritation. Why do you doubt me? His Highness Gu Ye Cheng's power truly surpasses mine, by a considerable margin. A stunned silence fell over the assembly. Whispers rippled through the hall. What did he just say? One voice trembled. I'm not imagining things, right? Did the patriarch really claim Ye Cheng is stronger than the imperial ancestor? For a moment, Every member of the Gu family, from the proud scions of the main branch to the rising talents of the peripheral lines, stood frozen in disbelief. In their eyes, the imperial ancestor was already the unquestioned pinnacle of the Kangming Gu clan, and indeed the entire Gu family. Yet here was someone, acknowledged by the ancestor himself, who supposedly outstripped even that legendary figure. Finally, a genius of the main branch found his voice. But if Prince Ye Cheng's strength truly eclipses the imperial ancestors, then why did our bloodline only begin its revival after the ancestor entered the imperial realm? As soon as Gu Wanli's words fell, the hall went deathly quiet. Every pair of eyes fixed alternately on Kangming ancestor and Gu Ye Cheng, silently begging them to clear up this mystery. After all, Gu Ye Cheng had only broken through to the imperial realm a few months ago. How could he possibly have surpassed Kangming ancestor in so short a time? His talent must be unparalleled, or so they thought. Gu Wanli stroked his long beard, his voice dropping low as he spoke. Why did Gu Ye Cheng's bloodline only awaken the very moment Kangming ancestor entered the imperial realm? A hush fell. Then he answered his own question. Because His Highness Gu Ye Cheng has not yet entered the imperial realm. The revelation struck like lightning. Not in the imperial realm, yet already wielding power that eclipsed one of its foremost masters? Faces went pale, hearts pounded in disbelief. The younger generation of the Gu family, Gu Nishang among them, stood rooted to the spot, stunned. They had always known that His Highness Gu Ye Cheng was extraordinary, but none had realized how extraordinary. Even before reaching the imperial realm, his strength was enough to outshine its greatest champions. This was beyond belief. Only a handful of women, like Gu Qingcheng and Gu Qinger, possessed such rare talent and poise. As the crowd around them reeled in shock, both women brimmed with pride and respect. They had long known the formidable strength and brilliance of His Highness Gu Ye Cheng, and now, as they gazed up at him, their eyes shone with longing and even a hint of admiration. Amid the stunned onlookers, two figures stood frozen, their attention riveted on the perpeme, earless Gu Cheng high upon the dais. Both trembled uncontrollably, one with unmasked terror, the other with crushing regret. Chapter 114. He can't be His Highness Ye Cheng, the young man who sat beside me on the flying ship that night. Among the assembled crowd, Gu Xinmeng's graceful form trembled as she stared up at Gu Ye Cheng on the high dais. Disbelief and longing warred in her wide eyes. In that moment, the poised figure before her, radiant in noble robes, bearing a composed smile, mirrored exactly the calm, gentle youth who had won her confidence under the moonlight. A fierce regret knotted her heart. All around her, voices murmured in admiration and awe. Your Highness Ye Cheng truly lives up to his title as Grand Elder of our Gu clan. He's already mastered the kingly realm, strong enough to challenge an emperor. If he ascends to the emperor realm, what heights might he reach? I've heard the clan elders have known about His Highness's true strength for some time. Before the trial began, he generously distributed supreme treasure pills to every elder, enough to push their cultivation leaps and bounds ahead. Is that really so? He's bought their favor with gifts? Does that include the Jayan elders as well? How dare you question His Highness Ye Cheng? Show some respect. Voices drifted through the courtyard, brimming with excitement. Did you hear? Even Miss Nishang and the other elders of the Jayan clan are touched. Heavenly King Elder who bears the seal, God King Elder with the command token, the clan leader, and Ancestor Kangming themselves. They're all endlessly grateful to His Highness. Oh, His Highness is so magnanimous. If I could just be accepted as his disciple, imagine the heights I'd reach. Don't be ridiculous. His standards are impossibly high. Stop dreaming. Focus on training your own children. Maybe someday you'll have a chance. Please, you're in a different league. You've got no hope. Each cutting remark stabbed at Gu Xinmeng's ears. Her legs weakened until she could barely stand. Memories of that evening's rejection, of Gu Ye Cheng's cool, disdainful glance as he walked away, flared in her mind. How arrogant she'd been to expect kindness. Now, only the bitter ache of humiliation filled her heart. On the other side of the courtyard, Gushan stood frozen, panic rising in his chest. Not long ago, he'd been brimming with excitement. Now dread weighed on him like a stone. Gushan's heart raced as he thought about Gu Ye Cheng's 10th place ranking. That guarantee alone would win Ye Cheng the full attention of the Gu family's head, and with it, a flood of cultivation resources. Gu Shan had always prided himself on his potential. He'd been sure that once he, too, received generous materials, he could trample the likes of Gu Nianshang and Gu Chengying underfoot. Yes, their current realms outstripped his, but in his mind, that shortfall was purely a matter of unequal resources. Now, however, every last scrap of hope froze in his veins. Standing in the crowd, he watched Gu Yecheng poised on the high platform, serene and confident. When Gu Wanli and Patriarch Kongming announced that Yecheng's power surpassed even the Imperial realm and crowned him the strongest cultivator in the entire Gu clan, Gu Shan felt his legs go slack. The blood drained from his face. With such formidable strength, and now elevated by the title of Supreme Elder, Gu Yecheng stood beyond challenge. Gu Shan recalled Yecheng's cold dismissal of him just days ago. He would never gain a foothold in the main branch, not now, and perhaps not ever. The truth hit him like a blade. His grand ambitions were shattered, and he had no choice but to watch someone else claim the destiny he'd coveted. Gu Yecheng had already declared, in no uncertain terms, that he could not enter the main vein. At the time, Gu Shan hadn't given his words a second thought, but now, on reflection, his heart tightened with regret. He trembled, silently begging that Yecheng hadn't heard the cutting remarks he'd blurted out. Who does he think he is? Why should anyone listen to him? Even the reassurances from Gu Wanli and the others, praising Yecheng's strength, did little to soothe him. He simply refused to believe them. In the crowded courtyard, Gu Shan and Gu Xinmeng stood side by side, one riddled with guilt, the other frozen in fear, yet no one paid them any heed. Every gaze was fixed on Gu Yecheng. The Yunxi siblings, who had dazzled the assembly with their talents just moments before, were now all but forgotten. When Gu Yecheng appeared, Gu Qingcheng, whose admiration for him had been growing with each passing day, could no longer contain herself. With a single, fluid motion, she knelt before him and bowed deeply, her forehead nearly touching the stone floor. Gu Yecheng barely raised his gaze when a clear voice rang out behind him. Your Highness Yecheng, please, accept me as your disciple. He turned toward the speaker and met the hopeful eyes of Gu Qingcheng. He'd already taken note of her prowess. Her talent far outshone even Gu Xinmeng's. Considering her raw potential, he inclined his head at once. Very well, from now on, you'll train under me. A cheer leapt from Gu Qingcheng's lips. Thank you, master. She bowed deeply, then, under the jealous stares of onlookers, rose and took her place respectfully behind him. Yecheng let his gaze linger on her for a moment. She'd already reached the purple 6th grade fate level, an achievement rare for someone so young. A swell of satisfaction rose in him. Aside from his own 2 children, here at last was another prodigy in the Gu family, worthy of his guidance. He remembered Gu Ling and the others, who'd grown up alongside him in Jianglin village. Despite sharing his childhood, their lower starting point meant that even with his resources and instruction, they could only make modest progress. Now, though, with Gu Qingcheng joining the fold, the dynasty's future seemed brighter. A faint smile curved Yecheng's lips. Excellent, he murmured, more to himself than to his new disciple. Under my tutelage, the Gu family's strength will only grow stronger. As long as the Gu clan keeps producing new emperors, its bloodline will continue to strengthen and eventually surpass even its former glory. Gu Yecheng let out a quiet sigh, anticipation shining in his eyes. Right now, Kongming was the only emperor of the Gu family within the sacred lineage. Though that lone emperor marked the beginning of the clan's revival, it was only a preliminary recovery, hardly enough to elevate the overall aptitude or power of the younger generation. But what if there were 10 emperors, 100? Together, they would form an unstoppable force. And if, in the years to come, more Gu heirs could ascend to the venerable realm, the benefits of their revitalized bloodline would extend not only to his 2 daughters, but to Gu Yecheng himself. With that vision in mind, he turned to Gu Qinger and Gu Xie. Neither child boasted outstanding talent by conventional standards, but both had the advantage of his personal instruction. Through Gu Yecheng's teachings of the Gu family Taishuan Sutra, they had developed a remarkable synergy with the art. In every previous trial, the 2 girls had distinguished themselves with solid, impressive performances. With the karma of their past lives binding them together, Ye Cheng welcomed the two young girls into the sect. "Thank you, Senior Ye Cheng. No, Master, please accept us as your disciples." Gu Xier and Gu Qinger blurted in unison. Overjoyed, they dropped to their knees, performed the formal kowtow, and rose to stand behind Ye Cheng, their faces aglow, while the other prodigies watched in envy. Once the ceremony concluded, Ye Cheng raised a hand to quiet the murmurs. "That will be all for new disciples today. Instead, I'll be holding periodic lectures on the Gu clan's cultivation methods. And Nishang, changing." He swept his gaze across the top-ranked prodigies from the entrance trials. "If you ever run into difficulties with your cultivation, simply tell the chief of the Wanli clan to get in touch with me. I'll do my best to help you overcome any doubts. And whenever you see me around, feel free to ask questions. No need for formalities." Gu Nishang and the others were profoundly moved. They hadn't dared hope for such guidance, but now, brimming with gratitude, they pressed forward and bowed deeply to Ye Cheng. Even Gu Wanli and the Gu family's elder were smiling now, their faces alight with gratitude as they looked at Ye Cheng. Gu Xinmeng's hands trembled, her eyes brimming with tears as she directed a thankful look at him, because he had specifically called out her name among those he chose to spare. She wasn't foolish enough to think Ye Cheng had forgotten their history. Of course he remembered. Yet despite everything, he bore no grudge and still offered her a second chance. Overwhelmed by guilt, Gu Xinmeng chastised herself for her past mistakes. Why shouldn't he recall her? After all, he was the unparalleled divine emperor, but she reminded herself that such a mighty figure needn't dwell on every junior he met. Besides, at the time, he didn't even know who she truly was. His tone may have been curt, but ignorance isn't a crime. When he announced the top 10 disciples of Kangming, he named everyone except Gu Shan, who barely scraped in at 10th place. Yes, Ye Cheng could overlook some offenses, but he wasn't so generous when it came to certain people or certain betrayals. Take Gu Shan, for example, that worthless ne'er-do-well. Would Ye Cheng kill him outright, simply because they shared the family name? No. But could he allow someone like him to rise through the ranks of the sect's main branch? Absolutely not. Everyone in the hall, no matter how slow to catch on, suddenly realized that the situation wasn't quite what it seemed. But before they could sort it out, the two top scorers in the recent assessments, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, stepped forward. Their father, Ye Cheng, still hadn't spared them a glance or uttered a word. Without hesitation, they dropped to their knees beside Gu Qingchen and the others. "Father, please accept us as your disciples," they cried together. Ye Cheng remained silent, stunned. Among the assembled Gu family elders, Gu Wanli, the other senior relatives, even Patriarch Kangming, only Gu Hong, Gu Jie, and a handful of attendants who had followed Yunxi knew the true nature of the relationship between Ye Cheng and the two children. The rest stood frozen in disbelief. Yunxi's own brother and sister stared speechless. "Who are these two little troublemakers?" someone finally murmured. "Can they really be His Highness Ye Cheng's own offspring?" Chapter 115. A stunned silence fell over the hall. Patriarch Gu Wanli and the other elders of the Gu family stared in disbelief at Ye Cheng's two children. They had always known Ye Cheng was powerful, but they had never imagined he'd fathered such brazen little rascals. Ye Cheng paid no mind to the astonished faces around him. His daughter and son knelt before him, eyes wide with guilt and curiosity. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a soft wave of spiritual energy rippled out, lifting the two children effortlessly into the air. "Enough mischief," he said calmly but firmly. "From now on, you will address me as Master and train under my guidance. Understood?" Gu Yunxi's eyebrows shot up. "We call you Master?" she asked, sounding both surprised and delighted. Beside her, Qingchen mirrored her sister's expression, trying hard to look innocent. A faint smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. "Yes, I won't scold you for today's antics, but you must devote yourselves to your practice. No more slacking off." "Yes, Daddy," the twins chorused, exchanging determined looks as their small hands pressed together in a mock salute. Ye Cheng set them gently back on the floor. Around them, the elders exchanged looks of awe and a newfound respect for the man who could both command respect from his peers and discipline his own unruly offspring. After securing their father's permission to spar alongside him, the Yunxi siblings cheered and hurried to catch up with Ye Cheng. When Gu Wanli and the other clan elders saw those two delicate-looking children lagging behind him, they blinked in disbelief. It seemed almost unreal, until they remembered how effortlessly the young siblings had shattered the Heavenly Saint Venerable's projection just moments ago. Then they thought of Ye Cheng's own extraordinary abilities, and Patriarch Kangming could only let out a satisfied sigh. "That's it," Kangming declared. "Who else in the Gu family could produce such a genius, if not His Highness Ye Cheng?" A surge of pride and excitement swept through the gathered clan members. Today's trial in the ancestral land had exceeded every expectation. With Ye Cheng's formidable strength and the Yunxi siblings' rare talent on full display, every heart in the Gu family brimmed with renewed hope. The long-awaited revival of the Saint clan finally felt within reach. The young prodigies, Gu Nishang among them, were positively buzzing with excitement. Although they weren't destined to become His Highness Ye Cheng's formal disciples, they still had the priceless opportunity to approach him with their questions and dilemmas. Gu Xinmeng, too, could hardly contain her delight, at least until her gaze drifted to the small group trailing behind Ye Cheng, Gu Qingcheng, Gu Qinger, and the others. A flicker of loneliness passed through her eyes. She had once stood in the same position, basking in everyone's admiration at his side, only to let that chance slip through her fingers out of pride. Losing something hurts, but losing what you might have had, that pain cuts even deeper. In that instant, Gu Xinmeng understood fully what it meant to regret beyond remedy. Yet on the opposite side of the gathering, Gu Shan's emotions ran even higher than hers. As Ye Cheng prepared to turn and depart, relief and gratitude flooded through him, and a small, triumphant voice whispered in his heart, "Finally, he's forgotten me." Gu Shan's heart pounded as he whispered under his breath, "Your Highness Ye Cheng, maybe you don't care about me at all. Maybe I won't even survive this disaster." For a moment, relief washed over him. He was sure Ye Cheng had forgotten him. Gathering his courage, he slipped into the crowd and made for the residence set aside for the prodigies of the Kongming main line. But as he approached the gate, an austere, expressionless elder of the Gu family blocked his way. Without a word of greeting, the elder tossed aside the carefully wrapped gifts Gu Shan had brought. "You're Gu Shan, yes?" he said coolly. "Your presence isn't required here. The main branch, H, has prepared a spirit boat pass for you. Go straight to the city harbor and take the flying ship back to your own branch family." He turned and walked off before Gu Shan could even murmur a protest. Stunned, Gu Shan sank to the ground, his face ashen. To the Gu family's power brokers, Gu Shan's reassignment was nothing more than a routine administrative matter. Ye Cheng hadn't sent a single word of concern. No one else in the clan seemed to care either. Alone and abandoned, Gu Shan realized just how deeply he'd overestimated his own importance, and how utterly he'd been cast aside. Gu Qingcheng's return carried far more weight than Gu Shan's, or even His Highness Ye Cheng and the Yunxi siblings, who had joined the Gu family at the same time. Gu Shan had slipped away in disgrace without causing a stir. Ye Cheng himself, after passing the ancestral land trial, retreated straight into the heart of the family's sacred domain alongside Patriarch Kangming. In the hall now stood only Gu Qingcheng, Gu Qinger, the three new disciples, Gu Xier among them, and clan leader Gu Wanli. "Your Highness Ye Cheng, what are your orders?" Gu Wanli asked, bowing deeply. He had followed eagerly, expecting to receive new instructions. Gu Ye Cheng offered a faint smile, then withdrew 5 jade slips from his sleeve. He held them out like precious treasures. "These are the Gu family Taishuan heart method, 5 volumes of cultivation techniques I've personally deduced and perfected. They're ideally suited to the physiologies of our clan's heirs." He glanced at Gu Qingcheng and the others. "I've already been briefed on the Kongming branch's situation by Gu Hong and the others. From now on, these heart method slips are to be studied without exception. Mastery of them will determine our family's future strength." With those words, the weight of his promise settled over everyone in the hall. The Gu family Taishuan heart method would mark a new chapter in the clan's history. In the past, the Gu clan had fallen on hard times, but the main line, known as the Kongming Gu, remained far stronger than its offshoot in Jianglin. The Holy Clan still guarded a wealth of inheritance, including the ancestral estate they now occupied, yet their combat arts had grown sparse, much like those of the Jianglin branch. Only in recent years, with the rise of ancestor Kangming, had their techniques been restored to the imperial tier, albeit only at its most rudimentary level. Reaching the Xuanhuang realm was the highest achievement their current inheritance would allow. Having just completed the trial, Ye Cheng withdrew a newly perfected text, the Gu family Taishuan mind method, which he had extrapolated from the imperial-grade Taishuan Sutra. When he first drafted the Taishuan mind method, it had been classified merely as an imperial-level technique. Now, however, Ye Cheng had advanced into the God King realm. His cultivation and raw power had grown accordingly, and the recent birth of his third daughter, alongside the awakening of his Tianlian holy body, had sent his spiritual strength soaring. With each passing day, his capacity to refine and evolve martial techniques expanded in tandem with his own might. Ye Cheng's face was calm as he held up the jade slip at last. "I have now perfected this volume of the Gu family Taishuan heart method to the venerable level," he declared. Patriarch Kang Ming and the others exchanged respectful glances and immediately took the jade pendant from him. One by one, they closed their eyes and slipped into the heart method's mystical depths. Moments passed like minutes, minutes like hours. When they finally stirred and opened their eyes, each looked as if they'd just returned from another world. Of all of them, Gu Qinger and Gu Xier were the most affected. Earlier, their brother, their master, had personally guided them through this very volume of the heart method, so they already knew it was powerful. Yet now, sensing its full extent, they felt as though they'd been standing on a mountain peak and then transported to a cella, steel palace. How far beyond the imperial level is this? Gu Qinger whispered, her voice trembling. At the very top of the imperial realm, or truly at the venerable level? Gu Xier could only nod, her eyes wide. They'd both trained under Ye Cheng before, but this was on a completely different plane. Even Patriarch Kangming and the other senior disciples, each formidable in his own right, had scarcely shown such a profound reaction. Standing there, the two sisters exchanged looks of awe and pride. Their master had outdone himself once again. Although none of them had practiced the earlier Taishuan heart method, their cultivation levels allowed them to sense its power immediately. This newly discovered volume of Gu Clan's Taishuan heart method was not merely 100 times more potent than the Emperor-grade primer their Kangming Gu family had copied, it was 1,000 times stronger. Even the Kangming patriarch himself felt his pulse quicken at the thought. If I can fully master this method, then as an early Xuanhuang cultivator, I could stand toe-to-toe with a mid-stage Xuanhuang veteran. The patriarch drew a steady breath, then turned to Ye Cheng with profound respect shining in his eyes. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and bowed. Ye Cheng regarded him with cool detachment, then gestured for everyone to rise. "Gu Wanli," he said, "take this volume of the heart method, choose the most qualified clansmen, and begin their instruction immediately. As for Gu Qingcheng and the others, see that they descend to the practice hall at once." With that, the assembled disciples, hearts aflame with excitement, moved to obey, while Patriarch Kangming watched Ye Cheng with a mixture of awe and gratitude. The promise of untold power now lay within their grasp. After he finished giving his orders, Ye Cheng couldn't help but turn to the Kangming patriarch, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Speaking of that," he began, "on my way back I ran into a god king called Zhou Yuan. He led a squad to ambush our reception team, and behaved as if the Shenmeng dynasty's rules didn't apply to him. What makes him so sure of himself? The Kangming and Zhou clans alike aren't true independent powers. Both answer to the Shenmeng dynasty founded by the God King giants of Qianyu. It's true that high-level cultivators enjoy more freedom than most, but any feud involving God Kings, or higher, is usually kept under tight imperial control. After all, these masters are the dynasty's backbone, its greatest fighting force. If they fall, it should be in the dynasty's external wars, not in petty infighting. Yet the Zhou family, in a blatant show of disrespect, simply draped themselves in a basic spirit-concealing cloth and tried to slaughter us outright. It's an insult not just to us, but to the entire Shenmeng imperial family. Hearing Ye Cheng's question, Patriarch Kangming couldn't help but give a wry smile. "Your Highness, you may not know our dynasty's recent history. Allow me to bring you up to speed. The Shenmeng dynasty, though steeped in cultivation lore, is relatively young, just over 1,000 years old. Its founder, the Dream God Emperor, still reigns to this day. When he first established the dynasty, he was granted a lifespan of at least 3,000 years, ample time to train a hand-picked heir and secure the imperial line for eternity. Fate, however, had other plans. A devastating war decades ago left the Dream God Emperor grievously wounded. His once vast life force was sharply diminished, and the heirs he had hoped to groom were still children. With no suitably trained successor and his own health failing, the dynasty slipped into peril. Today, two powerful factions vie for control of Shenmeng's throne, the 9th princess and the 3rd prince. In our world of cultivators, gender is irrelevant to one's strength or right to rule, so the 9th princess commands just as much respect and poses just as much danger as her rival brother. With the Dream God Emperor's fate hanging in the balance and no clear heir prepared to take the rare Eins, the struggle for power has only grown more ruthless. Her bold, decisive manner of acting has earned her the Dream God Emperor's wholehearted favor. Yet the 3rd prince, older, more deeply cultivated, and infinitely more scheming, has already secured the backing of numerous powerful figures. In terms of raw influence, he clearly outmatches the 9th princess. Right now, the Dream God Emperor still sits on the throne, so neither faction has dared to launch an all-out war, Ancestor Kangming said, his brow creased with worry. But once the Emperor falls, their rivalry will inevitably explode into open conflict, and it won't be a gentle skirmish. Blood will flow. How will the Gu family align itself in that showdown? Ye Cheng asked calmly. He felt no real fear. After all, their clan was founded by a legendary god emperor, and now that Tianlian Shenkui has ascended into heavenly venerable perfection, any external threat is negligible. Even if Shenkui had not yet reached that peak, Ye Cheng's own strength could easily suppress any dissent. He merely sought to understand the family's strategy moving forward. My family, the Gu clan, isn't aligned with either faction right now, Patriarch Kangming admitted quietly. But there was a time when we served under the 3rd prince's banner. Ye Cheng's eyebrows rose, curiosity brightening his eyes. Go on, he urged. Tell me everything. The patriarch offered a wry smile, shaking his head. I have no secrets from your highness. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. He paused, collecting his thoughts. Before Emperor Mengshen's injury, our Kangming Gu branch was one of the earliest to pledge itself to the 3rd prince. Back then, the contest for crown prince had barely begun, and the prince could claim only a handful of skilled supporters. Our family's influence and resources gave him considerable leverage. But when the emperor fell in battle, the 3rd prince's fortunes changed overnight. Talented warriors and powerful allies flocked to his cause, and bit by bit our standing declined. We could not compete with that surge of strength. Although I was bitter at the time, I knew there was nothing to be done. Our family's own might had simply reached its limit. What followed was intolerable to Patriarch Kangming, Ye Cheng's father, and to the entire Gu family. For years, the Gu and Zhou clans had been bitter rivals. Back when the 3rd prince was still an obscure royal son, he'd promised repeatedly that, once he took the throne, he would champion the Gu family and end their feud with the Zhus. Yet as the 3rd prince's star ascended, the Gu family's influence steadily waned, while his circle of powerful backers swelled. Before long, even the Zhus moved to curry favor. The prince, it seemed, had conveniently forgotten his old assurances. He welcomed the Zhus, who now boasted a warrior strong enough to match Imperial Realm Masters with open arms. Not long afterward, the Zhus deliberately provoked the Gu clan. The two sides erupted into a fierce, no-holds-barred battle, despite both claiming allegiance to the 3rd prince. In the aftermath, the prince stepped in to mediate, invoking fairness and unity. But any observer with half an eye could see through the charade. His so-called impartiality was nothing more than thinly veiled support for the Zhou family. The Zhou family had started the conflict, but when the smoke cleared, every last scrap of blame fell upon the Gu household. Even now, years later, Patriarch Kongming's eyes still smoldered with anger at the memory. When the war finally ended, the Gu family had counted on the third prince to hand down a fair judgment. All they wanted was justice. Instead, they were forced into a humiliating apology. That verdict broke Kongming's spirit. In a fury, he renounced his allegiance to the prince's faction. The third prince, offering only a token gesture, allowed Kongming to remain at court for a short while before dismissing him entirely. From that day on, the patriarch said, his voice thick with feeling, I learned that true power is the only foundation that matters. As cultivators, schemes and politicking are meaningless. Only strength can protect our family and safeguard our legacy. Determined to prove his words, Kongming threw himself into his practice with relentless zeal, vowing to break through into the Emperor realm. Yet despite his resolve, the shadow of the Zhou family still lay heavy over him. Over the past few decades, the rival Zhou family had steadily encroached on the Kongming Gu clan's territories. Had it not been for the ninth prince's timely intervention, raising Emperor Meng's standard, restoring order across the realm, and outlawing private wars among the god-king-ranked families, the Zhou might have crushed us long before our patriarch achieved the emperor realm. Admittedly, the Kangming patriarch admitted, the ninth princess's campaign also safeguarded several other god-king houses under her wing. Still, she saved our clan when it was hanging by a thread. We must never forget that debt of gratitude. Ye Cheng inclined his head in agreement, his gaze steady. So the clan intends to draw closer to the ninth princess now? The patriarch sighed, a mixture of relief and resignation in his eyes. With the dynasty's current volatility, no sect, great or modest, can stand alone. We must choose a side and bind ourselves to it. Otherwise, when the emperor dies, the first to suffer will be those who haven't taken a clear stance, Ancestor Kangming warned. With His Highness Ye Cheng here, another clan elder added, we can afford to remain neutral. A younger voice spoke up hesitantly. But the ninth princess has already favored our Gu family. Ye Cheng gave a slight nod. Kangming's lips curled into a derisive smile. Precisely. Now that I hold authority in the imperial court, that greedy third prince will surely come crawling, vying to win our loyalty again. Before he could go on, a suppressed crackle issued from the jade sound transmission pendant on the ancestral altar. Gu Wanli's calm voice echoed, Ancestor, the head of the Yuan family from Peishui City requests an audience. No, Kangming said curtly, cutting him off. Gu Wanli merely bowed and relayed the refusal. Standing beside him, Ye Cheng's gaze flickered as he guessed exactly who was coming. The Peishui Yuan clan must be acting under the third prince's command. Indeed, your highness has a keen eye. Patriarch Kangming seized the chance to flatter Ye Cheng, though a cold glint flickered in his gaze. You cast off the Gu family like an old shoe years ago, and now you return, hoping to reclaim our loyalty? Do you honestly expect us to believe such goodwill? He paused, meeting Ye Cheng's steady eyes. His tone softened, gratitude edging into his voice. Yet I cannot deny that we owe everything to your highness's timely arrival. Without Ye Cheng's intervention, Patriarch Kangming and the entire Gu clan would never have dared to hope for safety, much less to confront the third prince with confidence. Though they all harbored the deepest resentment toward him, they'd been forced to wear courteous smiles and hide their true feelings. Now, bolstered by Ye Cheng's support, Kangming could speak his mind without fear. Ye Cheng lifted a hand in a casual gesture, his expression perfectly composed. It's nothing, really. But since my Gu family depends on the ninth princess's favor, would you be so kind as to arrange an introduction? Ancestor Kangming chuckled, his eyes twinkling. That's easy. By imperial decree, anyone who breaks through to the emperor realm must host a grand banquet, and all the dynasty's champions attend to offer their congratulations. Now that I've reached that height, I'll naturally throw such a feast, and the ninth princess will surely be on the guest list. Ye Cheng inclined his head. Excellent. When shall we hold it? 3 days from now, Kangming replied, already plotting the lavish celebration that would herald their shared triumph. Chapter 116. After the trial in the ancestral land, the entire Gu family, led by their scion Ye Cheng, set about preparing for the grand banquet to welcome the Kangming patriarch into the imperial realm. Word of their festivities had hardly spread before the head of the Yuan family, his own ambitions thwarted by the Gu clan, made his way back to the royal city where the third prince resided. The prince's palace was opulent, every surface gleaming in the torchlight. Inside, the third prince lounged on an embroidered divan, one long leg dangling over the edge. He wore an expression of leisurely disdain as he folded his arms and watched the Yuan chief approach. What did the Gu family say? His voice was casual, but the sharp gleam in his dark eyes betrayed his impatience. Frantically, the Yuan leader lowered his gaze. He dared not meet the prince's stare as he stammered, "Your Highness, I failed. The Gu family refused me entry into Kangming City." A bitter smile curved the prince's lips. Of course they did. Just as I suspected, they've forgotten any sense of old friendship. Heartless, all of them. He leaned back, crossing his arms, and let out a derisive chuckle. Under that scornful gaze, the Yuan head bowed even lower, too chastened to speak further. The head of the Yuan family bowed so low his forehead nearly scraped the marble floor. Sweat beaded at his temples as he forced out the words, "Your Highness, I have utterly failed. I could not even gain entry to Kangming City. Ye Cheng of the Gu family refused me flat." The third prince let out a derisive chuckle, as though he'd predicted this outcome all along. "The Gu family," he sneered, "truly forgets old ties. Hard-hearted, every one of them." Inside, the Yuan family head seethed. "What tie, Your Highness? What old friendship?" He bit back the retort, forced a humble bow, and plastered a flattering smile on his face. "Your Highness is absolutely right. The Gu family has shown no respect, none whatsoever." No one dared risk further disfavor. Though the third prince and the ninth princess continued their public rivalry for succession, it was common knowledge at court that his advantage was overwhelming. Whispers said his chances of becoming the next lord of the dynasty were well over 70%, and in the face of such odds, even the most obstinate courtiers fell silent. "That's settled." Third prince waved his hand, unconcerned by his courtiers' reactions. "Let the Gu family go, for now. After all, the new emperor is still finding his footing. It won't alter the big picture." He narrowed his eyes, a chill undercutting his calm tone. "But we can't let them run wild, or people will start whispering that I lack authority." His voice dropped to a razor-edge whisper. "Make it known. Anyone who attends the Gu family's imperial banquet in 3 days is declaring themselves my enemy. Is that clear?" The head of the Yuan clan went pale. He couldn't help but feel pity for the Gu family. Soon the grand feast would stand empty, the first such disaster in Shenmeng's history. Yet defiance was unthinkable. With a stiff bow, he accepted the prince's decree and hurried off to spread the warning. Soon after the third prince issued his imperial edict, every influential household in the Shenmeng dynasty received word, including the ninth princess's mansion. The dispatch made it plain. The Gu family, headed by young Ye Cheng, had turned down the prince's invitation. The ninth princess, Li Heng, read the report twice, lips curling into a faint smile. Her personal maid waited anxiously before daring to speak. "Your Highness, how shall we respond to this?" Li Heng leaned back on the carved rosewood chair, folding her hands in her crimson sleeves. "House Gu clearly wishes to align itself with us. That's an opportunity we can't afford to miss." She tapped the scroll lightly. "If my third brother refuses to go in person, then I, his sister, will present our congratulations to Prince Kangming myself." The maid blinked. "But might that make the third prince our enemy?" The ninth princess laughed, a clear, musical sound edged with steel. "Enemies? Ha! If I were afraid, would I have endured this long?" She rose, letting the hem of her blood-red gown sweep the polished floor. As she straightened her back, the silk skirt parted just enough to reveal a slender leg, poised like a dancer's. With a single, self-assured smile, she transformed the quiet chamber into a stage of power. Unseen by the courtiers in distant Kangming City, the undercurrents of the Shenmeng dynasty had begun to shift, and Princess Li Heng intended to sail them to her advantage. 3 days later, the long-awaited Chenghuang banquet finally arrived. Yet the Gu family's estate lay unnervingly quiet. One by one, the noble houses passed through King City's gates without so much as a nod to them. Not a single envoy representing the third prince's faction, nor from those still wavering in their loyalties, nor even from long-standing allies. Everyone had given them the cold shoulder. Though the Gu family had braced themselves for this snub, their disappointment was all the more acute for having been expected. Even Patriarch Kangming, usually unflappable, looked deeply troubled. Just when the tension felt unbearable, a clear, melodious voice rang out across the courtyard. "The ninth princess has arrived." The announcement fluttered like a banner through every corridor of the mansion, igniting hope and excitement in an instant. "Quick! Prepare to receive Her Highness!" Patriarch Kangming snapped to attention, gathering his most senior relatives to stand by his side. Within moments, the grand gates swung open to admit a small but splendidly arrayed retinue. At their head was the ninth princess herself, her robes embroidered with phoenixes that caught the sunlight. Her attendants and official envoys followed in disciplined formation, their banners snapping crisply in the breeze. The sudden flourish of color and ceremony transformed the somber courtyard into a scene of vibrant life. Standing to one side, Ye Cheng allowed himself a moment to study her. He had never expected the ninth princess to attend, and certainly not to appear so radiant. Surprise flickered in his dark eyes as he watched her approach, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at his lips. The mood in the Gu family's hall lifted at once, and a fresh wave of anticipation swept through them all as the banquet's true beginning unfolded before their astonished eyes. Since arriving in this world, Ye Cheng had encountered many beautiful women. His wife, Zhang Lianxin, stood unsurpassed at a perfect 100. Xuanhuang came next at 99, and Gu Qingcheng's disciple hovered around 96. And yet, as he stood before the ninth princess, he felt something entirely new stir within him. Her beauty alone would earn her a solid 97, flawless features framed by an unapproachable, queenly poise that dared any ordinary man to venture impure thoughts. Add that icy nobility to her appearance, and he could easily raise her score to 98 or even 99. Ye Cheng let his gaze rest on her, impressed. "Exceptional," he muttered to himself. Talent, too, was undeniable. Xuanhuang's destiny was the rare first-grade Crimson Fate, an honor that placed her well above Jiang Lianxin's first-grade Gold Fate. Though the ninth princess didn't share that crimson distinction, she possessed a ninth-grade Gold Fate of her own, known as the Heavenly Empress's Destiny. Born under such fortune, and with sufficient resources and skill, she could ascend to the God Emperor realm in remarkably little time. Ye Cheng's heart stirred at the thought. This princess would be a force to reckon with. After someone reaches the Emperor realm, the benefits are astonishing. If she's already born into an aristocratic household, her newfound status will enrich her entire family. If she holds a formal noble title, she can even bolster the prosperity of the entire realm. And as her strength grows, so too does her fortune. Day by day it swells, feeding back into her cultivation and further empowering both clan and country. She is, quite literally, born master of destiny. Her talent is extraordinary, her potential limitless. Rarer still is this. By marrying her, a household, or even the nation, can share in her abundant fortune. Ye Cheng's gaze shone with admiration as he looked at the ninth princess, the destined future empress of the Shenmeng dynasty. Deep in his heart, he made his choice. First, she had once helped the Gu family when they were in dire straits, and friendship demanded repayment. Second, standing with her would strike a decisive blow against every enemy of the Kangming Gu clan. And third, only through her could the Gu family rise again, restored to its former glory. He nodded to himself. The path was clear. The Gu family's revival lay in unwavering loyalty to the ninth princess, and so his allegiance was sealed. As the Chongqing God King and Supreme Elder of the Gu family, I must always put the clan's prosperity above my own whims. Ye Cheng bowed his head slightly, hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of selfless duty even as he savored the status it bestowed. The ninth princess watched him with growing interest, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Ye Cheng," she said, "when did the Gu family produce such a remarkable young man? I don't recall ever meeting you before." Her curiosity proved contagious. Where the banquet hall had been half empty, the prince's arrival, with her retinue of nobles, filled every corner with color and laughter. Silver platters of steaming delicacies circulated once more, and wine cups clinked as guests exchanged greetings beneath flickering lantern light. No one had had time to settle comfortably into the festivities before an insolent laugh rang out, shattering the gaiety. Ha! Old ghost of Kangming City, why wasn't I invited to your grand imperial feast? Afraid the newly crowned emperor might embarrass himself in front of me? The mocking voice boomed from high above the city walls. Silence fell instantly as guests froze in mid-conversation. Even the proud elders of the Gu family exchanged dark looks, their composure threatening to snap under the weight of such blatant disrespect. Elder Gu Ye Cheng slammed his palm against the carved stone table and sprang to his feet. A frosty gleam lit his eyes as he growled, "Old Spectre Qingshan, do you truly intend to spill the Gu family's blood until there's nothing left standing?" A mocking laugh echoed among the swirling clouds above. A tall figure in a flowing black robe descended to the marble floor. His face was pale and sharply defined. His long, slender fingers pulsed with an unsettling, almost decaying energy that seemed to leach the life from the very air. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of unmasked power, and a shockwave of oppressive qi rippled through the hall. Every cultivator in Kangming City Palace felt the chill of his presence, and even the 9th Princess's envoys, handpicked for their ironclad loyalty, turned ashen. One of them whispered in disbelief. "It's him, the head of the Yue family, backed by the 3rd prince, Qingshan Xuanhuang of the Middle Realm." Another envoy swallowed hard. Nobody ever thought he'd show up in person this time. But here he stood, tall, immovable, and utterly indifferent to the storm of tension he'd unleashed. Chapter 117. A hush fell over the assembly as the monks exchanged uneasy glances. Patriarch Kangming's declaration had struck them all by surprise, and not in a good way. Everyone knew how far the Gu family trailed behind Emperor Qingshan's forces in strength and reputation. So where had Kangming found the confidence to challenge that old ghost head-on, and more astonishingly, to vow he would fight him to the death? All eyes shifted toward the 9th princess. She, too, appeared taken aback, her usually calm features flickering with surprise. But the moment passed, and a new determination shone in her eyes. This was exactly the opportunity she had been waiting for. If she now rose to voice her support for Patriarch Kangming, she would secure his, and by extension the entire Gu family's, undying loyalty. Of course, that decision carried grave consequences. Endorsing Kangming's stance meant openly defying Emperor Qingshan, inviting a confrontation she could not afford to lose. Yet if she failed to display such resolve, how could she ever hope to inspire her followers and command their unwavering obedience? Silently, the 9th princess straightened her posture. The weight of her realm rested on her shoulders. She must choose, stand with Patriarch Kangming against a far mightier foe, or watch her authority crumble before it had truly begun. She rose to her feet in an instant, her eyes cold and unyielding as they fixed on the Qingshan Xuanhuang blade hovering in midair. She remained silent, but the elderly attendant by her side let out a soft breath and unleashed her own Xuanhuang aura to meet the emperor's from afar. Though her power paled in comparison, she stood her ground without a hint of fear. Taking her cue from the 9th princess, she spoke with icy resolve. "How dare you, Emperor Qingshan? Have you forgotten your manners? Can't you see Her Highness the 9th princess stands before you?" Emperor Qingshan feigned shock. "Oh, the princess is here?" He swooped into a mocking bow. "Forgive my poor eyesight." His flattery rang hollow. With a dismissive wave, he straightened and offered a saccharine smile. "Your Highness, please rest easy. I have always honored the royal family. I do not seek conflict today, merely to present an extraordinary gift to old Kangming." At that, he snapped his fingers. A thunderous boom followed as spiritual energy rippled outward, tearing open a jagged rift in the very fabric of space beside him. In an instant, Gu Ye Cheng flung a golden phoenix Nanmu coffin, its surface alive with exquisite carvings and gleaming inlay, high above the sea of clouds before the assembled crowd. "This precious coffin," he announced, voice ringing out, "was chosen by my own hand. In the mortal realm it would be worth 10,000 gold. I present it to you, Kangming. Are you pleased?" A deathly hush fell over the courtyard. Every member of the Gu clan, and even the imperial envoys observing the ceremony, stood frozen, eyes fixed on the floating coffin. To present a coffin at the emperor's banquet was the utmost insult. And though this piece might command 10,000 gold among mortals, in the world of cultivation it was deemed worthless, not even worth a single spirit stone. It was a direct challenge, an invitation to a fight to the death. Ancestor Kangming's gaze turned as cold as ice. Nearby, Gu Wanli and the other senior clan members clenched their fists, rage blazing in their eyes. The ninth princess, her usually warm gaze now frosty, writhed in silent shame. How could she have been so careless as to overlook her third brother's spite? Ninth Princess Sulin pressed her hands together in her lap, forcing down every ounce of frustration. Patriarch Qingshan was openly insulting her and her allies, the Kongming Patriarch and the Gu family, as if they were nothing more than playthings. She had no choice but to bear it for now. Any open conflict would jeopardize the Gu family's safety, and she could never allow that to happen. Holding back her anger, she reminded herself that this was only temporary. The Gu clan must remain unscathed. High above the clouds on the mist-shrouded terrace, Patriarch Qingshan surveyed the tense faces before him with undisguised pleasure. He stroked his long, wispy beard and chuckled. "You look dissatisfied," he said, his tone mocking. "Why such fuss over this treasure coffin? It's crafted from top-grade golden phoenix Nanmu, something your humble Gu family could never hope to obtain. It's a perfect fit. Why complain?" "Perfect? Of course it's perfect. Why wouldn't it be?" The answer came easily, delivered in a neutral voice that barely rippled the air. Patriarch Qingshan's grin faltered as a second voice, calm and unhurried, joined the fray from among the Gu clan's delegation. "In fact, Patriarch Qingshan," Ye Cheng continued, "I think you, more than our Gu family, deserve this treasure coffin." The words fell like a stone. Absolute silence reigned as everyone turned to stare, shocked into stillness by the brazenness of his claim. Ye Cheng's final words rang out clear as a bell, and in an instant the entire ceremonial hall fell silent. Every eye, especially those of the various envoys sent by the ninth princess, fixed on him in stunned disbelief. Was this Gu family scion really inviting destruction upon his own clan? To speak so brazenly of severing ties with the Qingshan sect and forcing the Gu family into a dead end. It was the kind of provocation guaranteed to earn swift and merciless reprisals. No sooner had Ye Cheng's voice faded than Patriarch Qingshan's face drained of color. He struggled to steady himself, glaring at the youth. "Young man, what exactly did you say just now?" The question died on his lips. Before he could finish, an unexpected gust of air whipped through the chamber. Qingshan Patriarch barely had time to blink before Ye Cheng, a figure he had regarded only as some unknown young member of the Gu family, was suddenly upon him. In a single, fluid motion like rolling thunder, Ye Cheng closed the distance and seized the Patriarch's neck between two fingers. "Ah!" the Patriarch gasped, panic flooding his eyes. He clawed at Ye Cheng's hand, desperate to break free. "Let me go!" But Ye Cheng held firm, his grip unyielding. Around them, whispering ripples of shock and fear spread through the ranks of onlookers. No one could believe the audacity of this 18-year-old youth as he pressed his advantage, a clear declaration that the Gu family was ready to gamble everything, right here and now. He stiffened as soon as Ye Cheng's hand settled on his throat. In that instant, every ounce of spiritual energy in his dantian snapped shut, locked away so completely that he couldn't draw on a single breath of power. He thrashed feebly, reduced to the helplessness of a mere mortal elder, if not worse. The realization sent an icy dread racing through the Qingshan Patriarch's heart. After all, he was a mid-stage Xuanhuang cultivator. If Ye Cheng could immobilize him so utterly, his opponent's true strength must lie in the late stage of Xuanhuang, perhaps even at the perfect level. I admit my fault. Please, have mercy," the Patriarch choked out, dropping every scrap of pride. Ye Cheng's face remained cool and impassive. "Mercy?" he asked softly. "Didn't I say this coffin suits you perfectly?" With deliberate calm, he gripped the Patriarch's wrist and applied a measured pressure. The moment his power touched Qingshan's pulse point, the coffin's own spiritual aura flared to life. Crack! Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the Xuanhuang master, renowned throughout the Shenmeng dynasty, was silenced in an instant. Ye Cheng's hand closed around the Patriarch's throat with bone-shattering force. His lungs collapsed, his dantian was crushed, and his sea of consciousness exploded. He died on the spot, hovering above the sea of clouds. A stunned silence fell over the audience. Envoys from every major sect froze in disbelief, and the ninth princess stood rooted to the ground, her hand pressed to her racing heart. Ye Cheng hovered there, expression unmoving, while the corpse of the Qingshan patriarch drifted limp in midair. When had the Gu clan ever boasted an emperor-tier cultivator? Weren't they supposed to field only Kangming patriarch at that lofty level? And yet here was Ye Cheng, demonstrating power beyond all expectations. The ninth princess's chest heaved with each breath. Her beautiful eyes glittered with a newfound fascination as she stared up at him. "Incredible," she whispered. "The Gu clan's emperor-tier expert is so overbearing, he actually dared to kill the Qingshan patriarch. What a commanding presence." Before anyone could muster a reaction, Ye Cheng flicked his wrist. The fallen patriarch's body shot toward a coffin that materialized at his side, slipping inside as if drawn by an unseen force. He tilted his head, brow furrowed. Ye Cheng surveyed the coffin with a slow, satisfied smile. "This size is perfect." A faint glint of amusement flickered in his eyes, a look that did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. They'd come expecting to see a Gu family member locked away, but instead they'd watch the Qingshan patriarch himself sealed inside his own treasure coffin. Reluctantly, even his enemies had to admit the coffin fit him like a glove. Ye Cheng's lips curled into a smirk. Without a word, he lifted his hand and traced the shimmering tear in the air that the patriarch had just ripped open. His spirit energy coalesced into a spectral hand that plunged through the rip. Moments later, a powerful man, one of the Qingshan clan's greatest warriors, found himself yanked out of the void and dangled helplessly in midair. The man had been posted outside Kangming King City, waiting to escort his triumphant ancestor back in triumph, then use that victory to ingratiate himself with the third prince. Now, terror stretched his face as he stared first at his imprisoned patriarch, tightly sealed in the coffin, then up at the young man who held him aloft. Ye Cheng's voice was cold as steel. "Enjoy the view while you can." He prepared to teach the Qingshan clan a lesson they'd never forget. The moment the Yue family enforcer's calves gave way, he crashed to one knee amid the swirling clouds. His whole body trembled so violently he couldn't even form a plea. Ye Cheng regarded him with calm, unhurried eyes. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I won't kill you, but there is something I need you to do." With that, he picked up the ornate treasure casket, its bronze filigree catching the pale light, and tossed it to the kneeling man. Before the man could react, Ye Cheng released a pulse of spiritual power that shot into his chest. The enforcer sucked in a strangled gasp as the energy coiled around his heart, reminding him how easily his life could end. "Take this gift to the third prince over there," Ye Cheng continued, nodding toward the prince's grand pavilion at the edge of the platform. "Tell him the Gu family will never forget the great kindness he once showed us." He paused, letting the weight of his words and of the spiritual bond settle in the man's mind. Then he added, "This is only a small token of our gratitude, not a sign of outright submission. In time, there will be more gifts, and when you present it, remember your manners." The enforcer's face went ashen. He bowed deeply, rose to his feet, and clutched the casket with shaking hands. Under the stunned gazes of every cultivator in the arena, he turned and strode away. Silence fell. Only after the man disappeared did the assembled masters look to Ye Cheng, their expressions a mixture of awe and a hint of dread at the quiet power he had just displayed. Everyone stood in stunned silence, each mind echoing the same four words, "Utterly merciless." This was a man without equal. He had slaughtered their men and publicly shamed the survivors, all with relentless efficiency. And that was only half the story. His martial prowess was already formidable, but what struck them most was his utter dominance. Even the third prince's most hardened envoys found themselves unable to look away in grudging respect. Yes, and even the ninth princess was no exception. Just as the court murmured its awe of Ye Cheng's peerless cruelty, a monk guard approached the gates of the third prince's sprawling palace. His face was grave, and when the third prince caught sight of him, a curious light flickered in his eyes. "A gift?" the prince murmured. "From the Yue family?" The monk bowed his head and spoke quietly. "Word has come that the venerable hermit Qingshan himself has delivered Gu Kangming's head, my lord." At the mention of Gu Kangming, the third prince's gaze sharpened. He had professed contempt for the Gu clan, yet the memory of their brazen escape stung like an open wound. After all, he reminded himself, thunder and lightning alike fell at the emperor's command. He had spared the Gu family when ordered, surely they owed him their lives. Now, the prospect of avenging his wounded pride, and finally crushing those who'd eluded him, filled him with hungry anticipation. The Gu clan's reward for all the third prince's favors had been nothing but ingratitude, and now outright insolence. Even Ye Cheng had somehow pierced into the emperor's realm, proving that it was a grave error not to eradicate them once and for all. The third prince sneered to himself. That old trinket from the Yue family may be weak, but it still has its uses. He waved for his attendants to bring forward the gift. A richly lacquered coffin was carried into the hall, its black surface inlaid with gold filigree that caught the torchlight. At first, the prince's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Then, as the coffin came to a halt before him, his expression shifted. His lips curled into a cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. "That cur of the Yu clan, so full of himself," he muttered. "Have him kill Ye Cheng, and what need is there for such pomp? Why wrap our enemy in ceremony?" He drew a breath, then barked, "Open it. Let me see exactly what this old dog thought fit to send. After that, consign it all to the flames." With that, the attendants pried open the coffin lid. The third prince leaned forward, dark curiosity flickering in his gaze, yet the words he intended to hiss out died on his tongue. Chapter 118. A flash of shock and anger lit the third prince's eyes the moment the servant swung open the coffin lid. There, staring up at him with wide, unblinking eyes, lay the man he derisively called the old dog of the Yu family, Ye Cheng, very much alive. "Gu family of Kangming, you truly have no sense of self-preservation," the third prince thundered, his voice shaking the pillars of the great hall. A stunned hush fell over the banquet guests, then rippled into excited whispers. The tension that had been building in Kangming Royal City broke like a dam, and the mood in the hall shifted from uneasy to electric. Even the ninth princess, who had been brooding in her seat, couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. As she rose to take her leave, her confidence was plain for all to see. Word of what had happened spread instantly back at Changqing Palace, the Gu family's ancestral seat. They learned that their supreme elder, Ye Cheng, had not only survived, but had done so in full view of the court. He was a man whose strength was said to rival the legendary Xuanhuang cultivators. His miraculous return sent a surge of excitement through the Gu family's allies, bolstering their spirits and striking fear into anyone who dared to stand against them. Moreover, she couldn't stop replaying the image of Ye Cheng raising his hand to strike down the Qingshan patriarch. The ninth princess shook off her lingering thoughts and steadied herself. Now was no time for romance. As leader, her sole focus had to be the coming conflict with the third prince. Preparing her forces wasn't just her personal ambition, it was her duty. With that resolve, she bid her companions farewell and departed. After the emperor's feast, the Gu family entered a period of rapid growth. The elders retreated one by one into seclusion, each diligently absorbing and refining the 7 mysterious divine flame pills that Ye Cheng had bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, the younger generation, spurred on by the prince's recent acceptance of disciples, poured every ounce of effort into their cultivation. All of them quietly dreamt of earning Ye Cheng's notice. To be accepted as a disciple would be incredible, but even a single hint from him about how to overcome their cultivation hurdles would be a priceless gift. And just like that, 2 weeks slipped away in the blink of an eye. Over the past 2 weeks, Ye Cheng hardly practiced for himself. Instead, he poured all his energy into mentoring his disciples and guiding the Yunxi siblings through their cultivation. In that short time, the young talent's strength skyrocketed. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, already within the king realm, didn't climb any higher in rank during the retreat, but their combat prowess grew tremendously. As for Gu Qingcheng, Gu Qinger, and Gu Xie, they all broke through in spectacular fashion. Gu Qinger surged into the early half-king stage, her cold killing intent enough to overwhelm any ordinary Xuan king. Though Qingcheng had begun training later than the others, she now stood firmly at the 7th level of the Calamity Realm, her raw talent enabling her to rival Qinger in a straight fight. Even Gu Xie, once considered the least promising, had vaulted into the perfected Calamity realm, her lethal power unmatched by anyone below the King realm. Watching these breakthroughs, Ye Cheng's heart swelled with relief and pride. Just as he was settling into the rhythm of guiding the next generation, however, an unexpected challenge loomed on the horizon. A fresh report arrived unexpectedly. The Gu family heirs were involved in a skirmish, and they've been hurt. Ancestor Kangming's gaze turned icily sharp. Who were they up against? The Lei family, the Sun family, and several junior disciples from the Chen clan, the messenger replied. And the Chen family's young master himself was present. Chen family's young master? Both Gu Wanli and Ancestor Kangming exchanged frowns. In the third prince's camp, the Lei, Sun, and Chen families were all powerhouses, far superior to the Yue clan. Why? Yue boasted only a single Qingshan ancestor at mid-stage Xuanhuang, whereas those three clans each had late Xuanhuang cultivators. The Chen family even had an ancestor who had perfected the Xuanhuang realm. Their heir, Chen Fangyun, was exceptionally strong, easily ranked among the top 10 young prodigies in the third prince's faction. Even knowing that our adversary isn't some insignificant pawn, it's obvious this was all carefully planned. The third prince's revenge came so swiftly. A hint of disdain crept into Gu Yecheng's voice. He truly is a hot-headed prince, hardly suited to wear a crown. Gu Yecheng rose from his meditation seat. I'll go. Patriarch Kongming snapped to his feet, ready to depart for the Yunlong Mountains, just beyond Kongming Royal City, where the clash had erupted. But before he could step through the ancestral hall's gate, Gu Yecheng's calm voice resonated through their spiritual link. Kangming, remain at peace and continue your cultivation. I'll deal with this matter myself. He paused a moment, cool resolve in his eyes. Your Highness the Third Prince, since you're so eager for a fight, very well. It seems slaying one emperor hasn't sated your bloodlust. Let's see how many more lives you're prepared to spill. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. He understood exactly why he couldn't send Patriarch Kangming in his stead. Kangming's cultivation was still too shallow to face such formidable foes. After all, Gu Yecheng murmured, if they know I've already dispatched the Qingshan Patriarch and yet dare to provoke the Gu clan, they must have prepared extensively. Let's find out just how well. I'm afraid their strength doesn't compare to that of the late Qingshan Patriarch, Gu Yecheng said coolly. Go on, I'm not needed, Patriarch Kangming muttered, bowing his head in shame. Gu Yecheng waved him off. Don't sell yourself short. You've only just received the elixir I entrusted to you. Focus on refining it. Once you break through to the God Emperor stage and eventually the Heavenly Emperor realm, you'll be a true pillar of our cause. Then you can help carry some of my burdens. Instead of shrinking back, Kangming's eyes brightened with resolve. He straightened, bowed once more, and spoke with renewed determination. Thank you for your faith in me, Your Highness. I will not fail. I won't let you down. Then go. Gu Yecheng inclined his head and turned to Patriarch Kangming. Take the lower training grounds. I'll handle this. Without another word, he gathered several of the Gu family's senior fighters and dashed off toward the Yunlong Mountains. Tension hung heavy in the air around the peaks. Word had spread like wildfire. The Gu family's disciples had been ambushed by the third prince's Tianjiao. From every corner of the Yunlong Mountains, Gu heirs who had been training erupted into motion, determined to rescue their clanmates. Among them was Gu Qinger. But when she reached the clearing and saw the aftermath, even her steely composure cracked. Several prodigies from the Gu lineup lay battered and bleeding. The worst off lay unconscious, barely clinging to life as elders poured in spiritual energy to keep him alive. This was not sparring, it was an attempt to devastate their cultivation and crush their futures. Gu Qinger's eyes blazed. How dare they strike at our young so mercilessly, she demanded. Do they think this is some friendly match? A grime silence fell over the camp. Then, from the forest path, Gu Yecheng led his reinforcements into view, resolve hardening on his face. The confrontation was far from over. Who dares defy His Royal Highness, the Third Prince? I thought the Gu family was untouchable. A ripple of indignation ran through the newly arrived Gu family prodigies. Across the dusty battlefield, the young champions of the Third Prince's camp merely sneered in return. At their head stood a tall youth draped in purple robes. His lips curved into a faint, merciless smile as he called out in a voice as cold as steel, "Chen Fengyun." At the name, several Guhep disciples exchanged troubled glances. Chen Fengyun's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. Only Gu Chinger, her eyes burning, strained against her restraints, ready to spring into action. But before she could move, the air around them split with a sharp, hissing roar. Swish! Swish! Two streaks of light cleaved the sky. Under the startled gazes of the Gu prodigies, Gu Ye Cheng dropped down amid Gu Wanli and a handful of senior Gu officials. They landed with barely a breath, their expressions hardening as they took in the sight before them. A fellow Gu family prodigy lay sprawled on the ground, robes stained dark with blood. The circle of onlookers froze, and an icy calm swept across Gu Ye Cheng's face. In that instant, whatever hope the third prince's disciples had possessed vanished, replaced by the silent promise of retribution. Is this the third prince's revenge? Gu Wanli's brow tightened as he knelt beside Gu Ye Cheng, applying healing techniques to stabilize the young prodigy's injuries. His gaze flicked to Chen Fengyun, burning with barely concealed fury. So it was His Highness the Third Prince who orchestrated this? Chen Fengyun's lips curved into a satisfied smirk. If you doubt my competence, head Gu, feel free to step aside. Very well, Gu Wanli replied coolly. But know this, if you leave, the elders of our clan will have to intervene. Then it won't be a matter of younger folks settling a grudge. It'll be us, the seniors, overpowering your side. He leveled a challenging look at Gu Ye Cheng. Isn't that right, Ye Cheng? Before Gu Ye Cheng could answer, a low, disdainful voice rang out from behind Chen Fengyun's circle. Three imposing figures drifted forward, their auras blossoming to imperial realm intensity. Each man bore the same arrogant confidence that marked the third prince's inner circle, but all three were far older. At their forefront stood the patriarch of the Chen clan, a genuine Xuanhuang perfection. His eyes, cool and piercing, settled on Gu Ye Cheng. Third Prince Gu, he called out, voice resonant with authority, you must have an explanation for these actions. Care to share it with us? The moment Gu Ye Cheng spoke, the gathered onlookers stiffened. Even a fool could recognize a provocation when he heard one. Faces drained of color, those three men weren't ordinary coffin bearers, but peers of the Qingshan patriarch himself. If the Gu family lost face today, there'd be no end to their humiliation. And waging open war against foes of such caliber, not even His Highness Ye Cheng could guarantee victory. Just as murmurs of impending disaster swept through the courtyard, Gu Ye Cheng drew himself up and smiled calmly. Let the younger generation settle their own scores, he declared. A ripple of surprise ran through the crowd. You really mean it? Someone blurted. You want them to fight one-on-one? Ye Cheng's smile widened. Exactly what I said. Remember that. He lifted a hand in a casual, almost dismissive gesture, and Gu Chinger, his sister, stepped forward. Across the way, Chen Fengyun's aura flared arrogantly, as though daring anyone to challenge him. Ye Cheng's voice, low but carrying effortlessly across the distance, brimmed with authority. Chinger, it's your turn. Go and crush him. At that single command, Gu Chinger's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. The courtyard fell deathly silent, waiting for the clash that would decide more than just personal pride. Chapter 119. Yes! At the announcement of their master's arrival, Gu Chinger's eyes lit up. She could hardly wait to show Master Gu Ye Cheng how far her cultivation had progressed. She'd first trained under him as a child, and now, under his guidance in the Kangming branch of the Gu clan, her strength far outshone that of any of her peers, save only for the Yunxi twins. Of course, Chen Fengyun and the others in the third prince's camp had no idea of her background or her power. As Gu Chinger stepped forward, Chen Yun's gaze sharpened, a sly smile spreading across his face. His voice dripped with mockery. A beauty from the Gu clan, is it? Not bad at all. Little girl, serve me as my maid, and I'll consider sparing your life. A chorus of cruel laughter rose from the cultivators standing behind him, all eager to humiliate her. But to their astonishment, neither the Gu clan's elder experts nor its assembled prodigies, who had been watching the exchange from the sidelines, flinched or looked away. Instead, their expressions remained unreadable, as if daring Chen Fengyun to take the next step. The courtyard fell silent the moment Chen Fengyun opened his mouth with that arrogant smirk. Around him, competitors and onlookers exchanged calm, even pitying glances. Who in their right mind would dare mock Ye Cheng? Anyone foolish enough to do so was already courting disaster. Before Chen Fangyun could savor his triumph, a blade of wind sliced through the air. In the same instant, Ye Cheng was upon him. Reflexively, Chen Fangyun thrust his spirit sword forward, the two blades colliding with a thunderous clang. Relief washed over him. This attack alone was easy enough to parry. But he had underestimated his opponent's speed. No sooner had their swords met than Ye Cheng's blade split Chen Fangyun's weapon in two and drove home through his chest. Time seemed to freeze as Chen Fangyun staggered, his broken sword slipping from numb fingers. He looked down at the shaft of light protruding from his body and then up at Ye Cheng's calm, unyielding gaze. Terror and disbelief flared in his eyes before he crumpled to the ground, the courtyard echoing with the sound of his fall. Chen Fangyun's scream rang out across the battlefield. He reeled backward under the horrified gaze of the third prince's banner, frantically trying to rip the gleaming spiritual sword from his chest. But the blade, infused with potent spiritual energy, remained lodged deep in his flesh, unmoving no matter how he thrashed. Elite disciples of the Gu family stood frozen in disbelief. Everyone knew Ye Cheng was a force to be reckoned with. After all, he was the star pupil personally trained by His Highness Prince Changqing. Yet Chen Fangyun wasn't some weak novice. Among the younger generation of the third prince's camp, he ranked squarely in the top 10. A duel between these two should have stretched on for at least 5 or 7 rounds. Instead, it took a single, masterful strike. Chen's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the dust-choked ground, crimson staining the earth beneath him. Helplessly, he pounded the ground with his fists, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief, as he begged for assistance like a wounded beast. Around him, the crowd stood in stunned silence. None could have foreseen such a swift, decisive victory. The 3 Emperor-rank elders who had been sneering at the Gu family just moments before now wore looks of utter disbelief, none more so than the Chen family patriarch. Chen Fangyun's only heir was on the brink of breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm. With perfect cultivation, he would lift the entire Chen family's status to unprecedented heights. And now this upstart from the Gu clan was about to kill him in cold blood? "Young man, stop!" the Chen patriarch roared. Spiritual energy surged through his body, coalescing into a sinuous dragon-shaped torrent of light that hurtled toward Ye Cheng, intent on driving him back and shielding his descendant. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a contemptuous sneer. He had anticipated this move. With a single step forward, he slotted himself directly in the stream of celestial force. He raised a palm, meeting the dragon-bright aura head-on and shattering it like glass. Then, without hesitation, he spun on his heel and struck again, another palm of condensed spirit energy that slammed into Chen Fangyun's chest. The impact drove the young Chen Scion skidding backward. His face went ashen. The surrounding courtiers gasped. The 3 Emperor-rank elders, proud and arrogant only moments ago, now dared not utter a word. Chen Fangyun's cultivation base quivered under Ye Cheng's unexpected strength. Blood welled at the corner of his lips as he fought to stay on his feet. The patriarch, stunned, could only stare in horror as the Gu family's champion, this boy who'd seemed so slight, showed power that far exceeded every family record. Silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then Ye Cheng took a single, measured breath. His gaze fell on the trembling Chen father and son, cold and unwavering. "It seems you overestimated your own might, patriarch," he said, voice low but carrying through the courtyard. "And you underestimated me." With that, he lowered his hand, and the assembled nobles knew, in that instant, that the balance of power had shifted irrevocably. Under the watchful eyes of the celestial prodigies and the 2 emperor-level ancestors, Ye Cheng materialized atop the Chen family, patriarch's head in a single, breathtaking flash of movement. Before the elder could so much as scream, Gu's palm struck like a falling star. In an instant, the patriarch, one of the rare geniuses who'd perfected the Xuanhuang stage under the third prince's banner, was cleaved from life, his body dissipating into a swirl of blood mist. Silence fell. Ye Cheng's tone was calm but unyielding as he addressed the gathered ancestors. "Excuse me, did I hear you correctly just now? Aren't disputes among juniors meant to be settled by juniors alone? Why are you stepping in? He paused, letting his words hang heavy in the charged air. Then, with a smooth motion, he withdrew the object the Patriarch had seized and held it out before him. Your intervention stops here. I'm returning this to its rightful place. He released the item, palms opening, and it floated back toward its original bearer. The ancestors exchanged uneasy glances, unwilling to challenge his authority, but unable to hide their shock at his audacity and his power. In the aftermath, the silence stretched on, broken only by the distant rumble of collapsing formations and the faint echo of what had been a mighty cultivator. Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his presence alone a clear warning. No one would meddle in what properly belonged to him. Chapter 120, Thud. The Chen clan's venerable ancestor collapsed, his body shattered by Ye Cheng's palm into a drifting crimson mist, utterly destroyed. A hushed silence fell over the assembly. Every pair of eyes was locked on Ye Cheng, fear etched into their faces. The fallen man had been a Xuanwang perfect, one of the most formidable cultivators alive. Yet against Ye Cheng, he'd proven no stronger than the Qingshan Patriarch had moments before, and met the same fate, felled by a single, unarmed strike. Worse still were Ye Cheng's parting words, a cold, cutting reply to the Chen ancestor's earlier boast, intended not only to slay, but to shatter his spirit. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, confusion mingling with dread. Two elderly cultivators at the back exchanged knowing looks. They had secretly instructed their junior disciple, Gu Chinger of the Gu clan, to provoke the Chen Patriarch into making the first move. Their plan was to force his hand, then eliminate him under the guise of righteous defense. Now that scheme lay in ruins, along with the Chen ancestor's corpse. With no provocation to claim, it would be almost impossible for the third prince to justify severe punishment of the Gu family under the laws of the Shenmeng dynasty. In this deadly game of intrigue, every player had underestimated Ye Cheng and paid the ultimate price. Ever since the Chen family's venerable ancestor met his end, quite literally digging his own grave and leaping in, everyone who witnessed it had been unnerved. Even the two emperor-level elders and the third prince's promising young prodigies now stared at Ye Cheng with palpable fear. In stark contrast, the younger members of the Gu clan glowed with eager admiration. Those who had been wounded in the earlier fray, in particular, gazed at Ye Cheng with near-fanatical devotion. Thus concluded the clash at Yunlong Mountain. Humiliated, the prince's disciples, escorted by the two emperor-level elders, beat a hasty retreat and dared not return. Word of the skirmish spread swiftly across the land, eclipsed only by the hair-raising account of how Ye Cheng had felled the Chen family's mightiest ancestor with a single palm strike. As that tale traveled from town to town, it set the entire Shenmeng dynasty ablaze with excitement. Every faction stirred, recalibrating their positions in light of this new power to be reckoned with. Take the Yuntian sect, for example, an influential order under the 9th princess's patronage. Even they could hardly remain indifferent now that Ye Cheng's name had thundered through the realm. As the founding patriarch of the Yuntian sect, he was a genuine emperor-level perfect warrior, his power even eclipsing that of the Chen family's head. With such a colossus at its core, the sect's prosperity was all but guaranteed. Yet today, it wasn't the venerable elders who drew the most reverence, but the sect's foremost young prodigy, Ye Cheng, the youth saint of Yuntian, whose reputation had earned him the deep respect of every senior. Fresh from an arduous training sojourn beyond the mountains, Ye Cheng had raced back to the sect's peak, his face unusually strained. He was driven by a single purpose, to report immediately to his master, the sect ancestor. Though the patriarch was in secluded meditation, the urgency of his favorite disciple's summons compelled him to emerge at once. Stepping into the open courtyard, the aged patriarch regarded Ye Cheng with concerned eyes. "Ye Cheng," he called out gently, "what has you so unsettled? Why this haste?" The venerable warrior was unaccustomed to seeing his composed, resolute disciple in such a state. Ye Cheng lowered himself respectfully before the patriarch and spoke calmly but with unmistakable gravity. "Master, I dare not withhold this matter from you." Ye Yan knelt before the raised dais in Patriarch Yuntian's hall, the polished stone cold beneath his knees. He bowed deeply. "Your Reverence, I've come to report on the situation of the Kangming Gu family. Patriarch Yuntian barely lifted his gaze from the scroll he was studying. Only a faint crease at the corner of his eye betrayed any interest. A few nights ago, the 9th princess had personally led envoys from every major faction to the Gu estate, celebrating Ye Cheng's unlikely ascent to the throne. Ye Yan had stood at her side that evening, and what he'd witnessed in Ye Cheng, raw power tempered by flawless technique, had left him both awed and alarmed. Since then, he'd been tracking the Gu family's every move. Very well, the patriarch said at last, folding the scroll with deliberate calm. Tell me everything that happened. Ye Yan rose, his cloak whispering across the marble floor, and began recounting the clash in the Yunlong Mountains, how Ye Cheng had carved a path through enemy ranks, the curse-warding formations that flared like living fire, the desperate counterattacks that shattered boulders with single strikes. He spoke of bloodied bodies strewn among jagged peaks and the thunderous roar of divine techniques colliding in midair. Patriarch Yuntian remained impassive throughout the report, as though discussing little more than a folk tale. To him, the Kangming family's fortunes were merely a fluke, an obscure clan stumbling upon one more Xuanhuang master. Even the highest Xuanhuang perfection, he believed, couldn't shift the grand tides of power. And yet, as Ye Yan detailed Ye Cheng's victories that seemed to grow more awe-inspiring with each retelling, a flicker of something passed through the patriarch's expression. A hint of awareness that, in this world of shifting alliances and hidden strengths, underestimating a rising star could prove fatal. Ye Yan paused, awaiting further questions. Patriarch Yuntian's eyes, cool and unreadable, finally met his. Keep a close watch on the Gu family, he said quietly. This, Ye Cheng, may be more than luck's child. Let us see how far he can truly reach. With that, he dismissed Ye Yan, already turning his thoughts back to the larger game unfolding across the 9 provinces. Patriarch Yuntian waved a dismissive hand. Ye Cheng is hardly worth noting. Yet as Ye Yan continued her report, even he betrayed a flicker of surprise. It's one thing for a junior disciple to best Chen Fangyan, rare, yes, but ultimately expected among the younger generation. It's quite another to hear that the Chen family's revered ancestor was struck down by someone from the Gu clan's Ye Cheng palace. That was hard to believe, until now. The Gu family's Ye Cheng prince really does conceal his strength, Yuntian murmured. If your report is accurate, his cultivation may already approach the Emperor realm. That's exactly why I'm uneasy, Ye Yan admitted in a low voice. The Gu family is formidable enough already. Once the 3rd prince learns the truth, he may regret sparing them, and in turn abandon the Zhou clan entirely. Yuntian offered her a reassuring smile. What are you worrying about, Yanner? Even if the Gu family fields more secret power, though I doubt anyone else can match this Ye Cheng prince, it won't change the fundamentals. The 3rd prince's authority remains unchallenged. Patriarch Yuntian's voice was calm, almost dismissive. A humble Gu family, even bolstered by 1 or 2 emperors, can't alter the grand balance. Whether it's the Gu clan or the 9th princess, they'll be obliterated before His Highness the 3rd prince by the time the sun sets. His words were treasonous enough to shatter the 9 princesses' coalition if ever they leaked. Yet Ye Yan, standing before the patriarch, betrayed no shock. He had long anticipated this. Outwardly, the Yuntian sect remained under the 9th princess's banner, but in truth, their allegiance had quietly shifted to the 3rd prince's camp, an alliance not yet declared, but already sealed. Ye Yan had risked this meeting precisely because of that defection, and now, hearing Yuntian's bold pronouncement, his nerves tightened with apprehension. Patriarch Yuntian spoke with supreme confidence, but Ye Yan knew the real reason for his swagger. He remembered the day Gu was, Ye Cheng slaughtered the Qingshan patriarch. The prince had dispatched him so casually, like crushing an insect underfoot, that anyone else would have recoiled in horror. No ordinary emperor could exhibit such cold indifference. In that moment, Ye Yan had realized that Ye Cheng's power eclipsed even the storied might of the Yuntian sect, and if Patriarch Yuntian dared speak so defiantly only to secure the prince's favor, it was because he feared that power more than he feared punishment. Now, as the hush of the grand hall pressed in on them, Ye Yan understood that a far greater storm was gathering on the horizon, one that would decide the fate of princes, princesses, and entire clans alike. Before Ye Cheng, everyone else paled in comparison. His sheer will of iron, his fearless disregard for any consequence, and the cool indifference with which he regarded the world, all of it seared itself into Ye Yan's mind. Don't even think of the third prince, or the emperor himself, or any of the divine emperor figures, Ye Yan whispered. His Highness Ye Cheng wouldn't bat an eye. He turned to Patriarch Yuntian. Perhaps we should hold off on matching him against the ninth princess. Let's first gauge exactly what he's capable of. Patriarch Yuntian simply laughed. To him, Ye Yan's caution was the overreach of youthful zeal. No matter how talented his apprentice, no matter how deep his cultivation, he was still a novice. Theory and real power were worlds apart, and only one who had truly tested his strength could appreciate how formidable Prince Ye Cheng really was. Ye Yan's last words still hung in the air. He needed more time to assess Ye Cheng's true strength. Patriarch Yuntian could take no more protest. With a gentle wave of his hand and a faint smile, he stopped his son mid-argument. Yonner, that's enough. He turned toward the gathered disciples, his tone calm but unyielding. Don't be fooled by His Highness Ye Cheng's reputation. Even if he has attained the Xuanhuang Tianhuang realm or risen as a god-emperor, he would be no more than an ant before the third prince. A hush fell over the hall as he continued, his voice grave. Right now, our Yuntian sect can only flourish by allying with the third prince. If we cling instead to the ninth princess, we risk our very destruction. Ye Yan stared at his father, disbelief etched on his features. Was the patriarch truly suggesting that Ye Cheng, a divine emperor, stood powerless against the third prince? Was there someone so overwhelmingly powerful in the prince's camp? Noticing his son's bewilderment, Patriarch Yuntian softened his expression and leaned in, speaking in a low, urgent whisper that shot a chill through Ye Yan's heart. The third prince has already secured the backing of the Tantai family. Ye Yan's blood ran cold. The Tantai family. This is the most enigmatic secret clan in all of the Shenmeng dynasty. Long before Emperor Mengshan founded his reign, the Tantai family had already settled here, cultivating their arts in strict seclusion. Legend even claims that the emperor first sought and received the Tantai's blessing before declaring himself ruler. Whether that's true or not, one fact is universally acknowledged. The Tantai stand above every other power in the dynasty, even the royal house itself. Because of their lofty status, members of the Tantai rarely venture into the world outside their hidden stronghold. They never meddle in palace intrigues, and they keep almost no contact with the courts or the clans that jockey for influence. Yet every faction in Shenmeng trembles at the thought of offending them. Ye Yan's master had just spoken their name when Ye Yan's eyes went wide with shock. The Tantai, they never appear in public, much less involve themselves in dynastic affairs. Why have they stepped forward now? He could scarcely believe it. Ancestor Yuntian shook his head. That secret eludes even me, he admitted. But one thing is clear. The Tantai family is backing the third prince. If they weren't, I never would have so decisively turned my allegiance away from the ninth princess. He sighed. Frankly, the ninth princess is far more deserving of our loyalty than that petty, ungrateful third prince. But against the Tantai threat, her position is simply too weak. I've already discovered that over half of her original supporters have quietly switched their allegiance to the third prince, and that's only what I've detected so far. At this rate, her forces will be little more than a husk. He looked at Ye Yan, whose brow was still furrowed, and asked softly, Yonner, is there anything more troubling you? Ye Yan bit her lip, hesitated, then couldn't help herself. Despite knowing the odds were stacked against the ninth princess, she still felt compelled to speak up again and plead their cause. Ye Cheng had possessed this uncanny ability since childhood. It wasn't a cultivation talent in the usual sense, but the moment danger loomed, he could sense it. That gift helped him rise from a mountain village boy to become the Yuntian sect's flawless prodigy, the direct disciple of the patriarch and the undisputed leader of his generation. His innate aptitude played a part, but it was his intuition that saved him again and again from life-and-death situations in his past incarnations. Patriarch, Ye Cheng said quietly, I still believe we should move carefully. If we truly intend to align ourselves with the third prince, perhaps it's best that our sect be the very last to declare. The Yuntian sect patriarch regarded his favored disciple with a steady gaze. The last to declare allegiance? And how do you imagine we'll secure our position under the third prince if we're the final holdouts? Reward? Don't make me laugh, Ye Cheng shot back, tension creeping into his voice. Once the other powers carve up the ninth prince's loyal followers, our Yuntian sect will be the first to be sidelined. That's enough, the Yuntian patriarch said sharply, cutting him off with a dismissive wave. My decision is final, Yanner. Say no more. Confronted by the patriarch's unyielding stare, Ye Cheng fell silent. He bowed, turned on his heel, and stepped out of the hall. From the veranda, he stared down at the bustling settlement at the foot of the mountain. A heavy sigh escaped him. He knew in his gut that he could never hope to stand against Ye Cheng's sudden rise within the Gu family. And yet, there was nothing he could do but swallow his pride and accept it. Still, Ye Cheng reminded himself, at least they now marched under the Tantai banner, a fact that, while hardly comforting, was infinitely better than the uncertainty he'd felt when he first knelt before the patriarch. Perhaps he had been over-anxious. After all, in the shadows of the Tantai family, any challenge would be ruthlessly squashed. He squared his shoulders and prepared himself for whatever came next. No one outside Yuntian sect knew what Master Ye Cheng had whispered to his disciple. Yet ever since the clash on Yunlong Mountain, tensions have spiraled out of control. Whether it was the Gu family's unyielding posture that provoked the third prince's faction, or some secret advantage the prince's camp had acquired, their tactics have grown noticeably more aggressive. Anyone watching could see it. Chaos was stirring across the Shenmeng dynasty. Emperor-rank cultivators, figures who'd been all but unseen in recent years, now surfaced with alarming frequency, eager to settle disputes in open combat. Miraculously, none have been slain so far, though two narrowly escaped death, Patriarch Qingshan and Patriarch Chen, both unfortunate enough to have tangled with Ye Cheng. There were no fatalities, but the scars ran deep, among the old guard and the emerging prodigies alike. None of this mattered to Ye Cheng. The upheavals roiling the Shenmeng dynasty, the emperor-class duels, even the fate of princes and patriarchs, such concerns lay far outside his sphere of interest. He never sought conflict, yet conflict always found him. Holding the blood-red challenge scroll in the ancestral hall, Ye Cheng arched an eyebrow. An invitat ion to duel. The younger generation's challenge has been issued to the Gu clan. He glanced at Gu Wanli, the young attendant who had delivered the notice. Explain what's happening, he said coolly. Gu Wanli bowed respectfully and reported in hushed tones. Over the past weeks, the high-level masters of the ninth princess and those of the third prince had been locked in a stalemate, each side trading victories and defeats. But among their rising young talents, the third prince's protégés had gained the upper hand. Spurred, it seemed, by Chen Fengyun's recent setback, 4 of the third prince's brightest geniuses formed a team and issued open challenges to the scions of the major families aligned with the ninth princess. Their record was impressive, more wins than losses, and one newcomer, who called himself Jianju, had risen from obscurity to dominate every top contender in the ninth princess's camp, never once tasting defeat. This is the invitation they've sent to us, my lord, and they await our answer. Word of Jianju's streak spread like wildfire through the Shenmeng dynasty. 2 days ago, he'd shattered the defenses of Ling Kong, the Ling family's prodigy, second only to Princess Ju's top talent, treating him as if he were nothing more than a rotting stump. That victory marked his 71st consecutive triumph over his peers. Everyone began to whisper that he was destined to become the dynasty's unrivaled #1 genius. The Gu family, of course, sneered at such talk. Ever since they'd seen the true power of the Yunxi twins, they refused to be impressed by Jianju's so-called record. But among the ninth princess's faction, the reaction was very different. Ling Kong was no ordinary youth. He had already broken into the mid-stage of the half-king realm, a level most masters could only dream of. He was second only to Lin Yaoyue, the princess's reigning star, and yet Jianju had dispatched him without breaking a sweat. That sight shattered the morale of the ninth princess's young geniuses. If Ling Kong, their camp's finest, fell so easily, What hope did they have against this mysterious Jianju? Disheartened and furious, they began to doubt themselves and question whether any of them could ever stand against such an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, in the court of the Shenmeng dynasty, a single name echoed through the halls. Jianju, the man who would soon topple every obstacle in his path. Not long after his victory over Lingkong, Ye Cheng sent out crimson challenge missives to the leading clans in the Ninth Princess's camp. These weren't summons to duel him directly, but invitations to the central arena of the imperial city. There he would face Lin Yaoyue, the Shenmeng dynasty's foremost prodigy and the star champion of the Ninth Princess's young geniuses. At once, every family in the Ninth Prince's coalition stirred with unease. Even the Ninth Princess herself was troubled. "If he wins," she whispered, "our side's morale will be shattered, and those already wavering houses might well drift over to the Third Prince." She smoothed the red-lettered scroll in her hand, her brow tense with worry, and turned to the maid standing before her. "What reply have the others sent?" She curtsied hastily. "Miss Yaoyue of the Lin family has accepted the challenge. The contest is set for 3 days from now. Envoys from the other clans have already arrived to witness the ceremony. Besides that," the maid faltered, lowering her voice, "the Gu family has sent delegates as well. Word is their party is led by His Highness Ye Cheng in person, and he's brought along several of his own disciples." Ye Cheng's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh, is that so?" He leaned forward, curiosity dancing in his gaze as he awaited further details.